good idea, you know, but I think we're in again, it's, you know, I may have some personal interest in this, but in my head,
Just a little bit.
well, no, I mean, I want to build a garage with metal siding and do the same thing, and, you know, it's.
What we could just add, shall not exceed 700 square feet without planning board approval.
Yeah.
And then it comes back, if they
Yeah.
want to put 5 of them in, they got to come here.
You could do that.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be simple enough.
yeah,
I mean,
I think that sounds good.
A stick-built garage doesn't come anywhere near the structural strength as one of these new containers. And fire safety as well.
So maybe it seems like at this point, if we can, I kind of like the idea of limiting it, if we can, if we're allowed to somehow, limiting it to maybe 2, subject to prior or further review by the planning board.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you keep the 700 square feet,
Yeah,
and then
Yeah.
anything over 700 square feet
Yeah.
requires planning board approval.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good idea, because then we,
I like
I
that.
kind of hate the idea of waiting until it becomes a
Yeah.
problem, because then it is a problem.
Yeah,
Well, then you got retro, right, at
Yeah.
that point?
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
I agree. That's a good call. We'll do that.
Okay.
And the other part of this is if the lot is 40 acres to the back, that's
Right.
10 of them, 20 of them.
Yeah.
I think it affects, the butters is really, what you don't want to look at it if it's screened, if it's,
Yeah, I
Totally
think-
different.
I think
Three
you'll
of them,
find
it's
that there's probably more of these in town than you realize on some big parcels.
yeah, I mean,
Smashed
Yeah.
in the woods or down.
it's your land, you can do what you want with it, but if it's going to affect somebody else, that's where that line is kind of.
I agree. So the occupancy use stuff gets a little bit funky because there's, pre-modified or modified on site, which is, essentially a stick-built house or a modular house. It's kind of how it's set up. So if they're gonna buy a pre-modified shipping container that is essentially all put together as a dwelling unit that's delivered, then there's just a list of stuff that they need to provide us with, which is similar to if it was a modular home. It does require that they get a third-party inspector, which Portland has a whole process for that, which looks like a nightmare. And a lot more paperwork than I think Raymond can afford to do at this time. So I did leave it in there. I do think it's probably a good idea, and that would kind of relieve the town of having to sign off on anything that was manufactured elsewhere. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you start cutting holes inside of this thing, if you read in the building code, there's just a limited number of holes you can cut of a certain size and placement before structural integrity starts going down.
Yeah. I did notice that on page 3, it says that it shall not be located between the principal structure and the front lot line, but in this case, it would likely be the principal structure if it's an occupancy use, or it could be. So that would probably need to come out of there. Because if someone is doing an occupancy use, a single family, I guess, out of a shipping container, then it would be the principal structure. So that section needs to just, or that number needs to get taken out.
You don't even need it.
Right. It wouldn't apply here. And then the point that Kevin brings up about installation of plumbing, electrical, and heating components. We can remove the section about licensed contractors. We would just probably leave in that permit applications would need to be approved, and it would need to conform to the applicable codes. I didn't change anything in the non-residential section. And we can put the same stuff in, or we could just get rid of the residential, non-residential thing and just make it town-wide. But I wasn't sure what you guys thought about allowing them in the commercial district. So there's really only 2 that are non-residential, and that would be commercial and industrial, which is all 302, or sections of 302. So
This is for just storage, right? Basically, these permanent storage in the non-residential.
Well, non-residential right now, you can do storage by going to the planning board through site plan. So it is already allowed temporarily or permanently, I think.
Does it require a foundation in the existing regulation that it would be under?
I actually think it may just be temporary. Look real quick. The use is limited to the temporary storage of
Temporary.
goods, products, or
Right.
materials. So we probably should make it,
Make it for the residents, and I think if you have it permanent and non-residential, you should follow the same.
Yeah.
so maybe we just get rid of the residential and non-residential and just make this all,
Yeah.
all one.
I think it's easier.
Yeah.
There's a possibility someone on 302 could put a shipping container out by the road, but if they follow this ordinance and they have to meet the, you know,
Well, do we really want them out on 302?
well, they would have to be screened and they have to be
Yeah.
behind the principal structure.
Right, that's what I mean, we
Yeah.
want them behind the principal
Right.
structure,
So if it's out near the road, then it's probably a temporary thing
Right.
anyways.
Yep. which is fine.
What if it is the principal structure?
Well, then it's a principal structure.
Then it would have to meet setbacks.
If it's the principal structure, it's the principal structure.
Yeah, but it just meets the setbacks, it can't be behind anything else, then
Right.
it has to be
Yeah.
screened or architecturally modified to
Well, if it's,
some degree.
Yeah, and there is no setback in the commercial district, so it could be pretty close to the road if it was the principal structure, but
I mean, you can buy those things pre-made now that are shops to sell, any number of things from.
like we.
Kevin, what do these things cost? What's a shipping container cost?
Well, it depends when you buy them. Pre-pandemic, they were about $5,000 for the 8x40s. And then if you went 2 months into the pandemic, they were $10,000.
Wow.
Oh,
And then they dropped down to, back to about 7,500. And then they're starting to go up again because of inflation. So there's quite a variance. And that's for, like I said, that's for a one trip or a new container.
does that include shipping?
Yeah, delivery, yes.
Oh, wow.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
We got ours from Maine Trailer up in Bangor.
I think most people would use 20-footers anyway. From what I've seen, 40s are.
40s are, yeah, they're rare. That's a big container.
No, not really.
Except
It
for
was
Kevin's
filled
house.
instantly.
I don't even
never
notice.
enough space. So I'll make all of those changes. The definition, I didn't really mess with much. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on it.
Yeah.
This whole section still needs to go to the attorney. So there's a possibility he'll make some changes to this.
Okay.
Actually, I guarantee he'll make some
Changes,
changes to it.
Yeah,
He's definitely going to. I don't know how much would end up changing, but I mean, I guess, whatever comments you guys have at this point, we can add in, send it to him, and then we can always make changes, after the public hearing as long as they're minor,
Right.
not major changes.
Yeah.
that'd be my recommendation, we make the changes per the board discussion this evening,
Send it to
talk to the
Phil.
attorney,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then post it,
Comes back, yep.
because we'll have more discussion even after the public hearing.
right.
All right. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add on that? Awesome.
We're all good.
No.
Good.
Oh,
Moving in
That
the
wasn't
right
bad. Number 5 is the land use map, which was going to be changed more than you have in front of you, but it was going to be too much of a project. So what you have here is the 2014 zoning map, updated and corrected. There was an error on the inset in 2014 that's been on the map ever since. So the only changes that we have proposed here would be a correction to the inset. The stream protection zone has changed from an orange to a blue. And the resource protection district, the symbol is changed slightly to a little bit easier to see symbol. Other than that, it's just style font stuff in the border and everything. But That's pretty much it. The goal here is to get that inset fixed and just get an updated map that we actually know is correct, that we can save, get in the vault, and then maybe the next year or two we can look at changing. I know the comp plan committee is probably going to maybe make some changes that might update this map too eventually, so I just wanted to get a clean copy that everyone knows is correct, back updated and signed and everything, so.
Okay,
Good on that one?
good on that one.
No.
We'll see.
I'll just print it a little bit larger so you can see it.
So number 6 hasn't changed. Actually, there was a change. I added major. I think it was Ed that brought that up last time. Minor says minor, but major didn't say major. So now it's just clear which one's minor and which one's major. Number 7 did not change at all. And I think that's it. Yep, that's the last one. So, I mean, I think it's probably realistic that we can do a public hearing next month.
Yeah, I think so. What's the, when do we have to have, we don't have to have these posted before the public hearing?
We
right?
do.
We do.
We
How
do.
long? Sandy,
14 days, I believe. Yes.
14 days.
So fortunately,
Okay.
this is, not a lot to change, so I can get the shipping containers updated and off to the attorney this week, and hopefully it's a quick turnaround and we can have everything ready to be posted next week.
Next week.
Yeah. So we'll do that, and that
Sandy, that gives us enough time to advertise, correct, for the public hearing? Okay.
and then we're a month ahead of where we need to be for the warrant schedule anyways, so that puts us in really good shape.
Right. All right. That takes care of the workshop.
Wow, we're good.
Staff communication and updates.
I believe, Sandy, that information about Starrett and their timing, that went around to the whole board, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that was my first information. I mean, and that gets back to the whole violation, right? We're not gonna obviously see anything for a period of time.
Yeah.
Based on that correspondence, they're not gonna start the survey until February, probably be April or May before it even gets to this board.
Yeah,
So, we're probably looking at May or June.
yeah, before it gets, because
Before
it's
it
gonna go
get-
through you first, right?
Right,
You gotta-
right.
they gotta-
So it's gonna be May or June before, you see it, so I don't know what that does.
Yeah, so
Town's other action on this property, but
the suggestion from the town's attorney was to bring it up next month, review that letter as a board, and then decide to table or deny based on, what they have submitted. The enforcement stuff will continue on as its own thing. If they bring a site plan in May, then you guys can review what they've submitted and handle it like you would any other application, but the select board will make the call on if they want to take any legal action against them in the meantime, which they may.
So are they would they be sort of waiting to see if the planning board decided to deny the application? Just,
No, not necessarily. I think the two processes are probably going to continue separately on their own paths for a while. I think the end result, if they want to continue to do what they're doing, they're going to have to get approval from the planning board, or they're going to have a signed consent agreement from the town, the select board, saying that they can do it, which the select board would probably just say, get after the fact approval from the planning board and legalize what you got.
does that mean they cease their current?
They should, anyways, yeah. They've been told they need to stop.
They
A while
give them
ago.
a formal cease and desist order? Or?
Yeah, they were issued, that formal document, 2020.
I just passed a whole bunch of trucks coming out of there.
Yeah. So, there's really only so much we can do.
Yep.
I
No, I'm just saying.
can't go over there and arrest them. for not listening. So, there's, fines, there's other things that municipalities can do. So that's going to continue on. I don't think you guys need to worry too much about that. I think the best thing to do would probably be look at this as a site plan application,
Yep.
which it is odd because it's after the fact and you guys don't normally do that. If it's going to be May, we'll see where we are in May when it comes in. You never know. This could go, in the next month or two, could go a few different directions.
Seems like they need to do a lot of substantial changes to their site.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Well, I think they first got to get their site mapped.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
So we'll, that'll be at the next meeting. You guys can, obviously they won't have a complete application again, so it'll probably be a situation where, you could probably just table until they bring in something.
will they actually come into the next meeting, or are they just going to submit that same letter?
I don't know. I am inspecting the property again on Friday, so I'll talk with them then
Okay.
and see what their plans are.
Hey, Sammy, just make sure it's not listed as a public hearing for their spot.
Absolutely.
Not that the public can't attend, but
Yeah. The marina, back, not back?
Nothing yet, right, Sandy?
Nothing came in from them, but we got back Potvin, we got back Clark, and we have, hang on. I have notes. Okay, we've got started on for a status review.
yeah.
Preliminary subdivision review for Potvin, preliminary subdivision review for Clark, which is also Raymond Cape,
Those are the two.
and preliminary amendment to approve subdivision for Adams. That's just moving a lot line.
Oh, okay.
Whatever happened to Chase? We went out there for a site walk.
Yeah, he's
It's right next to these to
it's
pot
part of
fitting.
these.
Yeah.
It's part of the
Yep.
whole dilemma. but
Okay.
He's done nothing.
And he has not withdrawn his application, right, Sandy?
No, he was supposed to,
So
but by now the time has lapsed, so he's back to square one anyhow.
Had a feller buncher out there today.
So yeah, we've got that whole Raymond Cape kind of Potvin cleanup situation, which hopefully that at least gets us back to baseline. I don't know what the Adams just sounds like it's a property line adjustment.
Yeah, that's all that is.
Okay. We know what Star Ed is, and then we've got public hearing for ordinances.
Right.
And then in March, we'll have a new subdivision amendment on Spiller Hill coming, also from BH2M. So, yeah, there's some stuff coming.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
To adjourn?
The motion to adjourn, is there a second?
Second.
And a second, is there should we have discussion?
Nope. You're
No,
all
well-
set.
All those in favor? Opposed? You're adjourned.
Good evening. I'm going to call to order the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee for October 5th, 2022. First order of business is to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Can I ask, are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the meeting minutes? No? All in favor of approval? Opposed?
I have to
You
abstain.
abstain, you weren't,
Yep.
yes.
I wasn't here.
Yeah, okay. And just for the record, did we get Brad?
No, he seems to have stepped away.
Okay, all right. So, old business is 3 on the agenda, review of the Comprehensive Plan Committee top 3 items of importance. And just to refresh everyone's memory, at the last meeting, what we did is brought a list of what we consider to be the top 3 questions or issues that we felt existed personally on as far as the update on the comprehensive plan was concerned. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was also going to be used primarily to give us some idea of forming quite a questionnaire, citizen questionnaire, a short one, to try and hit the November elections. And while it seemed like at the time there was plenty of time to do that, I think that that's something that we have to determine today if we're going to actually make it happen. So based on that, I'll just open it up for discussion.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I'm not hearing any audio at all.
Okay.
Okay. Sean, do you know why Brad on Zoom wouldn't be hearing audio?
No, but I'm going to look into it right now.
Okay. Brad, can you hear me at all?
Hi there. I can hear you.
Okay, Tom can hear.
Okay, you can. Can you hear anyone at the meeting?
If I speak, Tom, can you hear
They
me?
were all muted.
Okay.
There you go. There's one.
I can hear you.
Okay.
You're at home though, right?
I am.
Yeah. I can't see anything of the meeting.
No, you won't
I
be
can't
able.
hear anything of it.
You won't be able to see anything.
Maybe he
He's
should
not hearing.
turn up his
Can you
computer
guys
possibly.
see the meeting at all?
No.
No, you won't be able to see it.
If they're getting
there we
audio, that would suggest that it's going out, right?
Okay, if
Can
I
they hear you
unmute me, does that get, can you now? No, that's gonna cause us feedback.
And just to, if you would, this is Brad McCurtain. We just now came into the meeting. We've been waiting since before 6:30, so I don't know what's gone on here. But can you, if anything's been voted upon, can you re-vote it or?
Sure. Well, Brad, what we did so far is just approve the minutes of the last meeting. I don't believe we got your vote on that.
Yeah, I actually had a question on the minutes, so.
Okay. So I would move to basically reopen minutes so Brad can have his say. Okay, Brad, if you just tell us what your additions or corrections are.
Well, it's a question on the minutes themselves. I didn't see in the minutes any reference to, I think it was Kayla who brought up about doodling, and instead I saw in there that that Sue was waiting for all of us to get back to her with dates on the trip on the lake. And I just was really confused by that because I thought that Kayla said, hey, I'll send out a doodle to everybody, and it was either on today's meeting, which I didn't get, or on that, which I didn't get either. So I'm just trying to figure out what I missed in the minutes, or the meeting that didn't show up in the minutes. So can someone clarify that?
I think we mentioned maybe doodle, but we settled on everybody contacting Sue since it was such a short turnaround, or we expected it to be a short turnaround, with our available times, and then she would determine if that worked. But I think we were unable to get enough responses, and then I think the weather's turned.
Well, I have another two other dates now, but they're probably a last ditch for this fall, I would think, because it's going to get a bit nippy.
Okay, so getting back to the minutes, as far as the clarification, do you have some addition you'd like to have, Brad, admitted to the minutes, and then we can arrange that, and then we can vote it?
I don't know how to put the addition in. I mean, I heard doodle, and I was pretty sure Kayla said, I will send out a doodle, as opposed to maybe we can send out a doodle. It's not a big thing, except that, you know, when I brought it up, and I think someone else brought it up here also, that we were expecting doodles, and then the word was, well, we were waiting for everybody to get back, and then Sue, you know, I'm more on procedures than I am on the minutes, but if you could play back those minutes at some point and see what was said, it certainly would be clarification, and just as a going forward, try to keep this in frame it in a positive sense. Sue, if there's something where we're supposed to get back to you, if you could send that out, because I sure.
Sure, but Brad, if I could just.
I sure didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could interject it, I think the understanding at the first meeting and my understanding of the town meetings basically is it's actually the video that is the formal record of the meeting. And therefore, the minutes that I've seen primarily are relatively brief because it's just a general outline of what transpired at the meeting. The official minutes that we're really voting on is the electronic record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The minutes are a guideline, so if I have to go back and
Brad,
find
if you don't want to offer a change to the minutes, then I guess we can let the vote stand, and you have the option to add that vote. So I'll recall that vote. So are there any other additions or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, I'd ask all in favor of approving the minutes as written, raise your hand. Okay. Those the noes? One. And one.
Opposed, because I think that was critical and should have been in the minutes.
I understand, and now they will be. And then we have one abstention. And that's because Greg wasn't here at the last meeting.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
So I think, you know, for the purposes of process, we did everything right. Okay. So under old business, review of the comprehensive plan's top 3 items. As I started to say, we did discuss it at the last meeting and offered our 3. We made a listing of those, and so I'd open the board up to discussion on those 3 or on the discussion regarding the 3 most important to each individual on the board. Just not to editorialize, but basically my sense with this is it'll give us a good sense after looking at what we selected as a board, how that mirrors, let's say, a brief survey at town meeting. So we can get a sense very quickly, you know, are we on board with at least the individuals that are willing to stop and fill out a survey or put a sticker on a board for us? So that would help to validate it. But I'd open this up to discussion on those items of most importance. I can tell you I'm kind of a numbers guy, so
Yeah.
I kind of went through and probably we have at one point and kind of looked at all of the answers, including those from the municipal side. I included in it. And this is what I got. The number 1 was to preserve natural resources and water quality. Surprise, surprise. And that represented 8 responses out of the 12, and that was 66%. That was tied with town services, as far as also having 8 out of the 13 votes and or the 12 votes, and that was also 66% of our opinions. Housing was, there were 7 individuals that mentioned it specifically. That was 58%. Land use, there were 4 individuals that mentioned it specifically. That was 33%. That was tied with transportation, which was 4. individuals spoke to it directly at 33%. And then lastly, recreation, 3, and that was at 25%. Now, I listed these, and I only listed those areas where there was more than one. So if there were 2 or more, then I listed it. So obviously, that's why it doesn't add up to the total. But that's, this is a very crude way of doing it. But it gives us some sense as to, what maybe we might put on the community survey at election. And it also, like I say, will help to possibly validate, where's this committee's head, at least initially.
2 or more, Peter, of anywhere in a person's ranking?
Sure.
Is that that's how
Sure.
you count it? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or more.
Good.
And there were, I think, 6. If I was to add anything to it, I guess I would say I'd probably add property taxes and climate preparedness. Those were also mentioned. They were only ones, which surprises me. It really surprises me. I'm just going to hand this out real quick. Thank you. Just shoot those down. Just shoot those down. This is on the website. As Sue mentioned, there's a wealth of information that's on there. These are rather large documents, so you can obtain the whole thing on the website if you just search it. This is the 2014 Town of Raymond Citizen Survey that Dawn alluded to it at I think the last meeting. Wow. When I look at the demographic, I believe you said something in the over 10,000 range in order to do this.
Yeah, it was, the bids, if you will, ranged from, about 12,000 thereabouts to almost 20,000.
Yeah.
And then I was charged with negotiating it down to 10, which I did.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
But this is obviously, when I read it anyway, I've seen a lot of documents, and this is a pretty class survey. Also, 2 things that's interesting in this survey that I read were that at least Pan Atlantic, which is the group that conducted it, said that Raymond was, especially for its size, this was an exceptional endeavor, that there aren't a lot of towns that had actually dug this deep into a formal scientific survey of the citizens' feelings. And so that struck me. And the second thing was, I believe I saw that it was above average return. There were over 500 returns. That being said, there were 2 surveys to every household, right? One that was online and one that was paper. So, it was a pretty good outreach as well to try and survey the community. So this is dated information. I would certainly encourage everyone to go to the website. I don't know if you have to send these. They're on the website and they're all very accessible. I found it no problem. And it would be well worth your while just to look at it a little bit. But if you look at the second page, some interesting things as far as what can change and what stays the same over less than a decade. And so number 1, what's number 1 on the survey?
Taxes.
There you go.
What was interesting to me was that people wanted to keep taxes low, but wanted to expand services and improve the levels of government and do a lot of other interesting stuff. But they valued the low tax rate as well. So that's somewhat of a dilemma. But it's manageable though. You'd have to do things in a phased way, in an incremental way. But I was struck by that.
Struck by number 3, leaving the RSU. Things have a way of changing in a relatively short period of time. I mean, I'm not going to get into a discussion tonight about it. It's just that a lot of things happened between the 2 towns as far as interactions over that period of time. But an interesting one. Any other thoughts as we kind of scan this real quick?
Just natural resources landing in the top 5.
Yep.
And we're seeing that tonight.
Correct. I agree.
It's a good point. But yeah, the taxes is the big one that didn't even register on our little board survey, right?
No, absolutely not.
Number 8 is interesting because we talk about housing. Number 8 is talking about attracting younger families. to provide opportunities for young people, and I think that goes a lot with what we were saying, which was in our top 3 as well. So it's
Housing.
hasn't changed since 2014. Still important people.
No, and I agree with that. You know, as I was looking at this, and I'm saying, gee, where is housing? I mean, we were all identifying right up in front as, you know, we've got to really attend to housing in the community. But I think that's really buried right in there. It took me a minute to
Housing is the
uncover it.
root cause, I think.
Any other thoughts?
Number 6 is interesting in the context of having the middle school available and how it seems like such a feasible option at
Absolutely.
this stage now that we've got a physical location
Sure.
available.
And that kind of ties in with number 9, I would say, as well. So,
I'm struck also by the number of things on here that actually happened. You know, the infrastructure was improved, we defeated milfoil. You know, so, let's see, open space, you know, the Pismire Mountain Preserve, not town, but some additional hundreds of acres and additions to the Morgan Meadows. So yeah, that all happened, and attracting young families, not so much. Controlling growth, I don't know about that either, but there are many things that I think happened, and so it's not, maybe some of those things are not as urgent as they were then. I mean, certainly the infrastructure, the road system has come a long way.
I would agree with
We
that.
put a lot of money in that.
Absolutely, and it was high on the list as far as the review.
And we've kept taxes low, relatively speaking.
Correct, which I guess says
You achieved number 1.
You can achieve these things.
I should say that, because that always seems to be the top goal.
So if there's no other discussion, I'd just say that this might be something of a document that when you look at it, it gives you some idea, or it gave me a great idea of just what's involved in a comprehensive survey. I don't know that we'll be commissioning something to this degree unless it was something that would, you know, it's part of the town, so, you know, if it's something that is expensive to do.
Yeah, on that score, I mean, it's something you could request. I mean, you're gonna have to build a budget and decide what you wanna do, and this was something I wanted to do for a long time, and I think Pat Murphy did a great job on it.
Yeah.
It was really a bridge between a 10-year-old comp plan in 2014 and an update for it. A pretty cost-effective one, an informative one. There's still good data in there.
So you could look at what was happening in '04. Normally, comp plans are done on a 10-year cycle, so here's 10 years.
Yeah.
And now you're almost 10 years again. So I think, you know, Peter's right, it's instructive. It would tell you what people were thinking 10 years after the original plan.
And how things change.
And you look at the original plan, right?
Yeah. It seems like I've been thinking about the town meeting board sticker, or, you know, stop for an opinion. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, and there's probably a version of it that would be effective in guiding us. But, you know, given the content and the amount of material in a comprehensive survey, it might be hard to get anything really meaningful at town meeting, you know, that was brief enough to have folks participate in, and you know, simple enough to understand and achieve it as folks are walking out. It would be a relatively small sample, fair to say. How many folks coming through at voting?
Probably about 2,000.
2,000 coming through, half the voters, maybe a little more than that. And so we might see 10% of them stop.
I'm not sure.
Not half.
What did you see for the blacksmith shop?
We had about 20.
Yeah.
20%.
Mm-hmm.
We went after them, though.
And I believe recycling committee did something similar at election, and I believe there was something like 40 or 50 signatures to sign up for recycling barrels. So absolutely, I think all of these attempts, short of you know, this type of a thing, is not going to be totally comprehensive. I was thinking, in part, just looking at this, that a lot of the demographic data we're going to be acquiring anyway. We're going to be acquiring it for the plan. So that at some point, Marrying the two somehow would be expedient a little bit, maybe a little cost effective since we're doing it. To collect all that demographic data that we are going to do for this comprehensive plan, if we let it sit 3 or 4 or 5 years, then it's not relevant anymore.
Right.
So, and then lastly, my sense was, correct me if I'm wrong, this is kind of, we were looking at this as the opening salvo. This was, hey, we're here, I know we're going to do it in other ways. We're going to put it on electric signs. We're going to have handouts at the town hall and other things that I believe we're going to discuss. We might have jumped a little ahead in the agenda. But we were going to do these things in order to get that initial salvo up, to kind of engage people. I believe as Brad was talking about at the last meeting, we want this to be a community committee. You know, it's got to be more than we're going to get a cursory input from them. What we want to do is really know what the community wants, and by that, I guess it means, you know, a sampling of it. Hopefully, the larger the sampling, the better. But that's all we're going to get. Everybody that can vote in this community doesn't vote, so that's just the way it is. Anyway, so if there's no further discussion on basically just this item as far as the survey is concerned, how about what if we were to put together a quick 8 or 10 items for the November elections, where we had something that was really quick, and this is where between now and then we would have to, you know, put in a certain amount of work in designing it, because certainly we don't want to try and design it tonight. But basically, if there's a subcommittee or something that wants to get together to look at something in the next couple of weeks that could be put together, I personally like the idea of the quick sticker thing. And but what we'd need to know, and also I believe what was mentioned was that there would be some sort of a notice along with it saying, you know, this is just the beginning, folks. This is Raymond's future, folks. Get engaged, expect more from us. We're going to be reaching out to you. So it's a quick, even if they don't stop to put a sticker on a board, if they just see something, a board that's printed with that message, then it's, oh, you know, it's just another form of getting the word out.
It would help frame the, perhaps inform the RFP too, assuming that the RFP isn't going to go out before then, which I would be surprised if we did.
I'd be surprised if it would.
So if you had all 15 of these items on the board and everyone gets 3, you know, a red, a green, and a yellow sticker, or something like that, and they put them under, they vote their money. They vote their stickers.
I was not, because I was thinking, how are we going to do this? And some of what we think are our priorities are sort of more exact, and we need to kind of think on a whole level. So I was thinking just the same idea where we have like a 1, 2, and 3. So your first priority is maybe green and, you know, whatever color. And we have broad categories, and I was maybe thinking of sticking with what the comprehensive plan laid them out. Wasn't that like natural resources was one of the major categories, just to get a general idea of where people are falling.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of the other, I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but it was like what, municipal services or
yeah, I believe we've done that. Like I say, I believe we've done that.
Yeah.
We captured 6, and I just suggested 2 more, taxation and
The challenge is going to be to get something that is simple enough and quick enough for people to do, because they come out of there fairly quickly. And, you know, I like the idea of the stickers, but I don't know if that's going to be logistically, you know, you're there, you're thinking, you're putting stickers on. You know, I don't know if that works or not. I'd ask Sue, you know, but the flow and go of people is at times going to be, you know, fairly
sure. Drop something in a jar.
And then alternatives, like you could hand something that would be easy enough to do and an alternative to, you know, to drop it off at the town office or something so people didn't have the time. And then I think there also has to be a category, I mean, as well as we've, I guess, presaged what might be the issues for other, something we don't have. Those are just my general thoughts. So it has to be simple to do, and it has to give them an opportunity for something else beyond what we have, I think.
And with the flow, if you're going to have them, like Don said, standing there kind of deciding, oh, do I want to put it here, do I want to put it there? You might almost need one on either side of the aisle going out, so that more than one person can be doing it,
Yeah.
so that you aren't. you
So
don't
I
end up
just,
with
I
a
read
queue.
down the basically the categories I used in order to calculate what this committee was saying. Housing, town services, water quality, natural resources, land use, transportation, recreation. I mean, I read that in less than 30 seconds, I'm sure. So I'm just wondering, is that too general? I'd like some feedback. Is that too general if you were doing an exit thing? And you said, I think it's, my top three are housing, transportation, and recreation.
No, I think that's perfect because it's not quick if you're having to read through 20 different options.
Sure. I guess I have a hard time letting go of the fact that what I'd really like to get personally is some feedback from the community early on as to, are we even on the right base or not? I'm probably pretty convinced we are, given those very general, and certainly it's got to go with the disclaimer. It's clear that, this is just the preliminary survey, and, we're going to get a more comprehensive survey to you.
Brad had his hands.
Yes. Sorry, Brad.
Yeah, just a quick question for Don or Sue. Do we have a community email like complan@raymond.org or anything that we could, if we don't have one, could we set something up that's relatively simple that can go to the committee co-chairs or someone?
Yes.
Yes, we can do that easily.
Okay, just something that's easy to remember, easy to spell for people who can't, whatever. Something really simple, and if we can get that out with this survey, then the people who can't take time, look, just take this with you, take a look at it. You can email back to us or questions, but I think it would be great to start publicizing that.
Any other thoughts? I guess what I'd ask Sue is this, because I'm just estimating. If we were to do something at the next election, how much forenotice does the town need to do that?
Since I don't have any staff that can do anything with it, you can just walk in that morning and be fine as long as you have people to do it.
All right, so we're not up against a deadline as far as the town's concerned?
No, not at all.
Right, okay.
It would be nice to know a little bit early, and I set up the night before. We'll go into the gym at 3 o'clock to set up. So it would be nice to know how big your stuff is. I already have 2 or 3 petitioners that are going to be there. So I'd need to know, do you need a table? Do you need some chairs? That kind of logistical stuff is all I would need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing that I've made myself a note for, I'm going to put a link to the 2014 survey on the comp plan page, so you can go there and get it.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, so where would the board like to go with this? As far as, I guess I'd define it to the election.
I like the list that you had created. I'd be interested to see if we could just add one more, though. I'm curious about how people feel about developing the business district. Do people want to see more business in Raymond, or do they want to keep that out of Raymond? I'd be interested to know what the consensus on that is.
Sure.
Can I interject here from Zoom? I'm wondering too if we, I imagine that there may be a handful of voters that would want to stop and talk with us a little bit more about what's going on and what we're doing. And I wonder if there's maybe include a detailed page or a printout or something that we can hand out and we can chat and have a conversation with those that actually want to stop and talk about it with us.
Okay, thank you.
You were surprised on the sustainability. I was surprised on broadband. We're working really hard, and I know that's your thing too.
Absolutely.
And I think that's essential for the future.
Absolutely.
And but I don't know how to get at that. It wasn't something that the committee thought, I guess, was as high. And we really need to, I think, demonstrate if we're going to get grant funding that it's an important thing to the community somehow.
I agree, Don. And I think when I reviewed basically answers from the committee, I saw a lot of that probably in either infrastructure or public services.
Okay.
That sort of a thing. So it's in there, it's just, like I say, sometimes you get extracted from it, because there's such broad categories. And I was looking at it as an eye, as far as keeping it as small and quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it might be helpful if we have, whatever, there's 10 chapters in the 2004 plan. And there's, would you have, Peter, 7, 6?
I think, well, it's up to about 8 or 9 now.
I've got 8, but
So
I
maybe
need
you
this
have,
one.
maybe you have broad categories.
Couple bullets
underneath,
under.
you have a little
Good
more
description.
detail.
Yeah, but
Sure.
what each one kind of covers in
Includes,
general.
one
Yeah.
word. Services includes broadband.
Yep.
And
Or
other things.
infrastructure would also include that.
Or maybe it fits better under infrastructure, yeah.
So how would the committee like to go? Is this something that we would look at a subcommittee kind of getting together and just putting something like that together?
I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. Can I ask for some volunteers? All right, Frank?
What are the volunteers for?
It would be for a subcommittee to draft.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yep.
So 3, would that do?
Sure.
Okay. And I guess your charge would be to get together, certainly electronically would be the easiest way. Look at I would say, look at the meeting minutes and what we've discussed, and decide what format you'd want to present it to. Or I think I've heard several formats. There would be a handout, and there would also be possibly a board for scoring. Terrific.
Format and content.
Yeah.
One of the things we did at with Pat Murphy and Pan Atlantic was to make it available in different ways. So that's something I remember as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and one of the options could be to put it on our website, because Kevin
Sure.
can create the same
Yeah.
type of survey there if you wanted to give them.
I feel like we would want to do something more comprehensive
Yeah.
at a later time, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe the purpose of this is just an initial snapshot.
First brush. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I think what I saw is that one of the previous minutes, Sue, what you had included was preliminary community survey at the election, on the town website, in the October Roadrunner, at town office, and advertise on the Facebook page and the electronic sign.
Yes, so we can do all of those things. Whether you want to with this first go or not is really up to you.
So I'd
folks.
throw that to the subcommittee as well,
Yeah.
if you're working on it.
And I'm sorry, I missed the members of the subcommittee, so
Oh.
I got Brad and who?
Danielle and Frank.
Right.
And, okay, thank you.
Could I suggest maybe one of the co-chairs be there also on that?
I'll be
Just to
for
keep
you,
us
Fred.
straight?
I'll be there for you.
Terrific. Very good. So if there's no further discussion on that,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could, and I'm not sure if you want to do this, but it is a suggestion. We do have 2 people here that are joining us one from the state, one from St. Joseph's College. And in the interest of not having them sit through some of our tediousness.
absolutely, absolutely. So
That would-
unanimous consent to change the order of the agenda without exception.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. So who do we have?
We have Tom, and I'm sorry, Tom, I know I will mess your surname up if I try it.
Maraglianolo.
That's fine. Tom M. That's fine. That works.
Well, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know. I guess I'll just kind of spiel for a minute here, and then I guess the best thing is just open it up for questions. I don't know what order you'd like to take things. Typically, normally what I'm doing now, I just want to make sure, is there anyone from GPCOG in the meeting now, or no?
The
I think no,
town
right?
of Raymond is not a member of GPCOG.
I understand
Oh,
that.
okay.
So we pay GPCOG $45,000 a year to do this. And so they're typically the contact, whether you pay dues or you're a member or not. And an example, that's very common for everyone doesn't pay dues to their regional council. That's common, but we fund the regional councils. GPCOG does tend to be less active. I understand that. And other councils are much more active. But just letting you know, it is a resource out there, for you. It's supposed to be there for you. And so this is the type of, they've been working on Long Island's plan for years. I don't even think Long Island gave them a penny. Years, it's now in my hands, but that's a resource. So anyway, so I just wanted to double check to see sort of where they are. I was looking at your last, Sue, the material you just sent me a few minutes ago, the PDF that had, the agenda and stuff. I just scrolled through it while you guys were talking. And I just saw like Rich Rothy on the last plan and stuff, and it just, it was good to see some of those names were in the mix. Just hoping, I didn't know if maybe they were back this time, that's all. So just a quick background. Again, Tom Mariola from DACF, Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. I've been around doing this in one form or another for 23 years or so. And I was at the State Planning Office in sort of the Evan Rickert days back in the King administration. I've been the sole reviewer of comp plans for a few years now. So I review plans for the state, statewide. I'm just trying to think what we want to cover. So I also do the data sets. So when I say I do the data sets, so what that is, and I've done that on and off pretty much since 2006 or 5 or so. The intent of the comp plan review criteria rules. So I noticed in the minutes I got from Sue, towards the back, there was the statute, a portion of the Growth Management Act, which is great and helpful. It might be a little high level for the committee. I usually say, when I talk to a chair, I say, the chair needs to know that, right? or the CEO or something, right? Town manager. But one step below the statute is the comp plan review criteria rule. And I apologize, you may have gone over some of this. That's chapter 208. And so that is the rule of the state that I use to review comp plans. And so that's what you're going to want to have sort of in your pocket as you're drafting this. It also lays out the process, sort of like what do I do when, what do you do when, that type of thing, how you appeal it, that kind of thing. And then one step, and then I don't even think the committee needs the rule. I mean, it's good to know it's there and get a copy of it. But I think when you start actually writing the comp plan and reviewing sections, the checklist, which I'm assuming most of you have seen, that is a copy and paste from the rule. Sort of, I call it the cliff notes. It's kind of like the cliff notes of the rule, and it boils down to something less than 20 pages, and it's what I use. I keep a stack of them right next to me here. I was using one this morning. That's what I use when I review a plan. So it's just running through a list of what's required. I don't want to get too in the weeds. Just tell me how deep you want to get here. But when it comes to requirements, there are, the way the rule's written is like they're black and white. There's, this is what's required, and that's it, right? Well, after doing this for some time, there always is this sort of in-between gray area, and you have to use some judgment. No plan, almost no plan, ever covers every one of those items. I mean, there's 20 pages. It's probably, never counted, 250 items, right, that I look for. And so some of those things just aren't gonna matter. Your cargo port, how big is your cargo port, right? It's just not, it's not something that's gonna apply. Or maybe a train terminal or something, it's just things that may not apply to most towns. And they're pretty obvious when you come across them. And then there'll be items where maybe they're not statutorily required, because some of those items are statutorily required. If they're statutorily required, I'm going to kick them back to you. So I was reviewing Rockland this morning. I think I found 3 things. I found 4 total things, 3 of which were in statute. that they must be in a comp plan that's found consistent. So try to focus on those. So there's not many 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 things that are probably going to hang you up, but there are sort of like more important ones. And that's where an experience might come in with a consultant. And you have the checklist right on our website, and you can do your own review. And I'd say 2/3 of the plans I get, they've already completed that checklist to the best they can, you know, and which makes a good case for a consistent plan. I'm sure I'm forgetting things. You guys want to talk about timelines, or where would you like to take this?
Well, Tom, I've got a question. In the agenda later on, what we're going to be doing is looking at the town draft of an RFP for a contract planner. And so we'll be looking at the elements. It looked pretty comprehensive to me, but we'll be reviewing that. So we definitely are planning on engaging a contract planner.
Okay, I quickly looked at that just as you guys were talking about minutes, I think.
Yeah.
The only thing that jumped out that is very commonly forgotten, to me it kind of always I see it sometimes in burn towns in the end, is if I was to spend public funds to hire someone to do a job, no matter what, I don't care if you're plowing roads or cutting trees or doing a comp plan, I would want them to have done one before, right? And so, I mean, and you can sort that out when they come in, obviously, you can look at their experience, but I would want someone that has done a plan in Maine in the last, say, 12 years, something like that. I only say in Maine, and I'll give an example. Just, I think this will hit home. If you looked at our website now, you'll see Kennebunkport is on my list. I don't know, it's probably 4th in line to get reviewed. And so Kennebunkport went out to bid, and they hired a consultant for a $360,000 contract. And mind you, when they hired him, this is 2019, the average comprehensive plan contract for a consultant was probably in the 23 to 35,000 range, you know, on average. You know, there were some higher and some lower. You know, it wasn't unheard of to get an $18,000 contract on a comp plan, right? I mean, it doesn't happen anymore, but and so when you see a 360, you know, it just blows your mind. It was just over the top. I mean, entire counties combined are at that amount. And so when I didn't even know what one was selected yet. I just knew the RFP was out there. I knew it was a big budget. You know, I don't follow that closely. And then I get a call from that consultant. And the question is, okay, now what do I do, right? Never done a plan in Maine, right? I mean, mind you, the plan has come in. I haven't reviewed it yet, but I looked at it. It's $360,000. It's a phenomenal plan. I haven't read it yet, but it's over the top. And our minimum criteria is pretty low. It's a low bar. I think in most people's opinions, it's a pretty low bar. But when you hire someone that has never done a comp plan before, you want them to have done a comp plan that is in line with the intent, which would be to meet the minimum requirements, the low bar. And so you might get someone that's done a plan in another state, and they might come in with the same understanding of the criteria, but I don't know what other states' criteria is, but I guarantee it's not the same. So I will seek consultants that'll come in, they'll do a nice plan. It just doesn't. There was never any intent to meet that minimum criteria. So they find themselves having spent a lot of time, 2 years and 50 grand, and they have something that's not close. And I was on a phone call with Newcastle this morning. They did exactly that. They've now hired their regional counsel, and the regional counsel just connected with me today to let me know they've been hired and, you know, make that connection. But they're on a cleanup mission, basically, after they'd hired a consultant that had never done a comp plan.
Yeah. We're not going to spend $300,000, and we're going to get somebody who has experience. I've been doing this for a while. I hired Evan Rickert when he first got into the business, so we're going to be okay on that point.
And that's the town manager.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we know what we're doing.
Good, gotcha.
Tom, could you answer this for me? In reviewing the RFP and the statute as well, and it sounds like this checklist would help a lot as far as looking at, as you allude to, what is and what is not statute. But I came across something I was unsure about. In the RFP, it states, in our draft RFP, it states that the consultant's work will result in the plan consistent with Growth Management Act of the state of Maine. That being said, further down, it has kind of a, one of the tasks of the contract planner is to basically, the consultant will assess how the consistency with state statute might support or hinder the proposed goals and policies of the town. So it seemed to me those were kind of in conflict, unless you can describe for me, is it in the growth management plan where there's the section on addressing conflicts, where the town planner and the committee actually state their case for, let's say, why we aren't able to do 10% affordable housing in all new projects?
Yeah. In some cases, possibly. The example you use about 10% affordable housing, that's in statute. That has to be in a plan no matter what. So that's like probably the biggest red light, just because it's specific in statute. But in other cases, let's say, I think I heard the question right. Let's say there's something I sometimes will get will be like forestry, forestry. And this was in Scarborough, and the plan was silent on forestry in Scarborough. And so Scarborough has commercial forests in there, and they have timber harvest data, and we provided as part of our data sets, the data sets that we compile, we provided their harvest data. So it showed how many acres of softwood, hardwood, were harvested in town. And so it was like, well, you can't be silent on it. It is existing. There is that activity going on. You had more harvesting than a lot of other towns had, a lot of smaller towns, honestly. But and so, I think that's what you're saying. Like, a consultant can certainly, any comp plan can make a case for why a particular criteria doesn't apply to them. So there is something not applicable. Like that is something that exists. So you certainly can do that. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I believe that's what was described in the draft RFP that I read.
Yeah.
Was the fact that would be the responsibility of the contract planner to basically look at what we're saying or what we're asking for, and then providing guidance as far as, well, that's not really something that the town is in line with the town's goals.
Yeah, and if it's kind of touching on the same thing, which I thought you might have said when you first started the question, I thought you were going, was if it's important to the town that it be consistent with the Growth Management Act, if this is an ultimate goal, then I would write right in the contract. It may not have to be in the RFP necessarily, but usually RFPs mimic the contract, or vice versa. The contract mimics the RFP, but you might want them to complete the checklist before you pay them that last payment. Again, this experience, this is the town of Georgetown. They made final payment, and the consultant had never considered the criteria as being reviewed under. And I'd done that list of 250 items, and there was 150 missing, right? And they'd already paid, and the consultant was out of their hair, right? I mean, it was paid. So a final task may be something like when it's getting ready to get submitted to the state, that they complete that checklist for your own use, just so you know that if that's the intent, is that the town wants to meet the minimum criteria, then I would think they would be able to do that. I don't think that's asking too much. I mean, especially when you're reviewing a chapter, some chapters have 15 things that we're looking for, right? And most of them they're going to catch just by accident. I mean, honestly, they're kind of like, I call them like mom and apple pie things, where it's like things that you're just going to you're going to talk about traffic, you're going to talk about the lakes or water quality. They're just things you're going to catch anyway. So sometimes those consultants catch them by accident, and they didn't do it purposely, which is fine. But sometimes when you're not looking at the whole criteria, you miss some. So.
Other questions from the committee for Tom?
Great info.
I can talk about just the process real quick. I mean, it's really
Sure.
quick. So
I think
when a
Brad,
plan
Brad has a question. Brad,
Oops, you're muted, Brad.
you're muted.
Just wondering, your experience is wonderful, and you're not here to sell us anything, which is even better. Can you give us a timeline of what goes into the different timelines that it takes different communities? For example, would a city like Portland take longer than Raymond because it has more to do, or would it be sooner because it has more resources to do all of that? What goes into what takes, and how long should a plan for a community like Raymond take us?
Yeah, I would have a goal of having it complete in 18 months. That'd be a goal. I say that kind of for two reasons. One, if you have a consultant, it's expensive. So if you drag this out, it's just going to get more expensive. And having a consultant can hurry things up for that reason. So the consultant wants to get done, and they want to move on to their next project. So that, no question, can help. And if you have volunteer committees and they're dragging over in that 18-month range, they're going to burn out. The turnover might increase. I usually encourage towns to start with more volunteers than you think you need. If you want 8, if you want 6, start with 8 or 10, and then expect attrition to happen. You might find yourselves in 18 months bringing on 4 new members that don't like the direction, or what's a comp plan, or why are we doing this, and then you kind of find yourself repeating things. And then you lose the more experienced volunteers, then fall off because here we are again, right? That'd be so 18 months would be the goal I would shoot for. If I was to write a contract, ideally it would be in that range. It has been done quicker by volunteer committees that usually are purpose-built. These are committees that when projects come to town and they want to organize. Maybe they're a Lupsy town, they're not an organized town, and they want to organize. One of the things of organizing is doing your own enforcement, having your own. There's a process. So I've seen them come in and they'll do a comp plan in 6 months, right? I mean, there's the case I'm thinking of. There's 26 residents of the town, so they just did it themselves quickly. But does that get at it? Brad?
Just one follow-up here is, tell me what 18 months is. Is that having approval from the town, or is it ready to go to the town, or?
It's all over. So I mean, I could use the cases of my own town. I was the chair of my planning board, and I had my own town. I mean, ours went closer to, well, maybe a little closer to 2 years, but probably the slowest part of my town's process was the state review. So, and I'm not necessarily blaming myself, but the last 2 times my town has submitted a plan, or I've submitted a plan to myself, I would have to go find somebody else that never reviews comp plans to review it, right? Just so there wasn't a conflict of interest. And so they don't know how to do it. They get confused, and then I end up doing a draft for them, giving it to them, and then they disagree with what I thought of my own plan. And so it's going to be all over the place. It's just sort of the time for me. I think that's kind of a given. No one's going to think 3 years out. No one's going to think 6 months out, I don't think. So it's kind of a safe ground. It's a goal. Once you have a contractor on board, it's looked like on your schedule, you're talking about early spring, late winter, having a contractor potentially. And so if you set that contract at something, I don't know, it kind of depends where you stand, and if where you are, and who's doing the mapping, and if your public outreach is complete or almost complete, or if you're going to do but I don't know. That contract could be 16 months. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Once the town has a complete copy, and you're happy with it, depending on the way your ordinance are set up, the planning board may have to look at it, the select board. But we typically, there's a submittal form. You'll have the chief elected official sign it. You'll have the chair of the comprehensive planning committee sign it. You'll submit to the state one PDF of the whole plan. You'll submit 1 hard copy. And then when it lands on my desk on a typical year, and this year has not been typical, but every year prior has been, for 20+ years. We don't miss deadlines normally, though I did look in 2004, there was a delay in your review, it looks like, 2 months or something. But typically it comes in, once it comes into our desk, I send out the public comment, I send out notification to all your budding communities, I send out notification to about 11 state agencies for public comment, and your regional council gets CC'd on everything, and then it goes out, and there's 25 business days for me to receive public comment. I typically don't get any public comments. I'll typically just get comments from state agencies, which are technically our public comments. And then after that 25 days, I then have 10 days to review it for completeness. That is basically saying every part of the plan is consistent with the up to and not including the future land use plan. I review that. I have 10 days to review that. And then assuming the future land use plan, assuming that is all consistent, then I move on. I have 10 additional days to review the future land use plan. Typically, I squish that down into the 25 plus 10, so it's 35 business days. So what's that, 7-8 weeks? So you're looking at like a 2-month state review. Like I said, this year is not typical. I think I have something like 10 in the pipeline on my desk now. I usually have 2 or something. So there is a wait. I'm probably almost 2 months behind right now on reviews.
At what point, Tom, does the town have to adopt it? I would assume after you've approved it.
So it can happen either way. Either way. So it's almost 50-50. But I'll tell you, no question about it, it's much easier to have it reviewed by me than to. If you send it to me first, it's me. It's a guy sitting in his dining room reviewing your plan. It's simple. It's me and you, right? And it's not a bureaucracy. It's just me and where you are in line. So it's very easy. If there's something missing, a typical review is like I did with Rockland. I can pick back 4 things. These 4 things. I bet they'll respond this week on those 4 items. So it's very easy and flexible. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but it's easy to work with me. We can just, okay, these 4 are missing. I just got an email from the chair, and here he has the 4, or he's saying he will put them on page 55, and then I can write that consistency letter, and you can vote on it. If you do it the other way, you're going to have the statutorily required public hearing. So you're going to have a public hearing on the vote, right? And 30 days prior, and then you're going to have the public hearing, you're going to have the vote, the notifications, right? You see where I'm going, right? It's going to go out, it's going to get voted on. Maybe you're standing up, the chair's up in the gym talking about how great the plan is and trying to get the votes at a town meeting, and then it gets approved, and then 2 months later you're like, ah, crap, it's missing 3 things, right? And it would have taken 10 minutes to just insert those things, right? Just an example, right? And so it's a lot, that way you kind of have egg on your face, and here we are 6 months later going back to November election or something on the comp plan when the town just voted on it. Now they have to vote on it again because you changed something, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the other side of that is, what if the town votes down sections of it after you've approved it?
No, we'll vote it as a whole.
Doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, and you could come back after the vote with you can come back again and again and again. I can't stop you from bringing different drafts to me.
It just seems to me, my recollection is we had some challenges, Sue, last time around, and when we came to the town. Is that your recollection, John?
Yeah, but it passed. I mean, we didn't have to make revisions, or perhaps we did, but it passed the one time it came to town meeting for a vote, was my recollection.
That's what the minutes show, yes.
Yeah.
The town meeting was a different thing then, too. Presumably, if you have enough public hearings and enough opportunity for people who are interested to have input, they're going to know about it, they're going to have an opinion about it, you will have addressed somehow the concerns. We don't get hundreds of people at town meeting anymore. It's a different environment. It's a different population. I think it'll be completely different than the 2004, which passed, as I recall, pretty easily.
Yeah.
Other committee questions for Tom? Tom, very informative, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I get the sense that this won't be the last time we're talking to you, but we do appreciate you
No
being here.
problem, and I'm available for questions. Sue has my email. Just zip questions all the time. That's fine.
Great,
Very
thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
And the other person we have is McKenna Smith from St. Joseph College. And she was asked to talk about what interns might be able to do for us or what possibilities there may be there.
Excellent, excellent. Love to hear from you.
Thank you for having me. I apologize if I talk fast. I'm from the South, but the one northern thing about me is I talk really fast. So you are welcome to ask me to slow down. My name is McKenna Smith. I'm a new graduate assistant for the Mercy Center here at St. Joe's. And one of my duties is to hire student workers who work with different organizations in the community who help run service projects. One of those things that we were talking about that could happen with that is we could hire them to be an intern for you guys. So that way, if you need help with your office, they would come in about 4 hours a week and do what you need. You would use them for how you would need them, but they would be hired through our office.
Great.
Very good. I didn't think you talked too fast. The only thing I didn't catch was your first name?
McKenna Smith. Well, my first name is McKenna.
McKenna, okay. Questions for McKenna?
So McKenna, would presumably, if we got a planner on board and made some note of it in our RFP to the planner that we hired, and they had a bunch of natural resource information to collect from the state of Maine or whatever traffic information from DOT, your intern could assist with that if our planner was agreeable?
Yeah. The way that we see the program working is however the organizations need the students to be used, and as long as that work can be done within 4 hours a week, that's totally fine with us. It's to create community involvement with our students.
Don?
I think it's a great idea. The question that I have, though, is I'm unfamiliar with the curriculum offerings of St. Joseph's. I know my alma mater no longer has public administration due to lack of interest, I guess. But I'm wondering if you have congruent, fields of study majors that would, dovetail what we're doing. So, because it would be important to have someone not only for their own experience, but, for efficiency and added value for us, someone who is studying something pretty directly related to what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So St. Joe's just created a new major, and let me find it so I can make sure I get the name of the program right. I believe it's Leadership and Sustainability, and there are 4 different tracks with it. And those tracks include politics, which I think would fit right in with what you guys do. There's one that's a science route. There's a public health course as well. So I think there are options and ways that we could recruit from.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Excellent. Other questions for McKenna?
Would it be possible to have more than one intern if we had, seeing that we have 8 to 10 chapters to cover in our upcoming comp plan? It might well be that we need more than one intern to have the expertise that would line up with that chapter.
Yeah, I would need to double check with my boss on that one. I don't see that being an issue. It's more of the issue of can I hire the students, because unfortunately our students are stretched thin as it is, so I want to make sure I can get you at least one.
Can you go over the 4 hours? I kind of missed what you said. 4 hours a week is the maximum we could use a student for?
Yes, so out of our office, about 4 hours is what we're able to pay per student.
So this is different. Normally, when I interned in Cape Elizabeth and Scarborough 40 odd years ago, the town paid. So you're saying you pay?
Yes, sir.
That's
so
interesting.
Our office does a work-study program, and so work-study students apply through our office for these positions.
How can we say no? I think it's a great deal, and I don't know how it worked out. I hooked you up with Sharon. Are you working with us on the beautification committee?
Yes.
Great.
I have my student worker either started today or tomorrow. I need to follow up and see how that went.
I think it's great.
Yes.
Would it be possible to hire the intern for more hours on our dime?
I can double check. I don't see that being an issue, but I'm also new and I want to make sure I get approval before I tell you yes to anything.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, McKenna, we thank you very much. What would the next steps be for this committee? Do we need to formally request, or do you get in touch with Sue?
I can stay in touch with Sue and I will make sure, I'm continuing the hiring process on my end. So I will make sure that our students know that you guys are an option for them to apply to.
Terrific.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to make one comment about St. Joseph's while I have you. You know, the integration between St. Joseph's and the communities is really exceptional on a lot of levels, and so I want to call that out and thank the college. I've never seen anything like it, actually. It's really something. So
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Very appreciated, and you know, we have a lot of connections. We work together on the broadband. We work together on a lot of local issues. So it's a very good relationship.
Thank you. I hope that continues.
Very good. Okay.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
That was it.
That was it, okay. All right, so real quickly under an update on the boat and bus tour. If you could, Sue, just update us and maybe we can clarify it for all the members right now, what and if we can do as far as either of those tours.
There we are. What I have is a note from Public Safety, and there are 2 dates that they could do. One is next Thursday in the morning, so that's October 13th, or if that wouldn't work, possibly Saturday the 15th. If we go too much after that, it's getting a little bit cold.
And this is the boat?
This is the boat.
I want to share as well that my offer to captain a boat is no longer available. The boat club is shut down after the 1st of October. So.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you for the offer anyway, Jackie. Appreciate it.
Will we still need to be able, if we all went on one day, would everybody still be able to go on one day, or would we still have to possibly split it up between 2 days?
Well, I mean, just speaking for myself, neither of those dates work for me, so there's one other spot on the boat. I mean, I just think that it's possible that not all of us could attend anyway, but getting an idea of who could attend would let us know that.
We could probably do both dates, but I think it would be better to do the one date. So pick out the date that works the best, and you know, that's the one I would do. You know, I can't do I have a commitment on the weekend of the 15th, but I don't need to. I don't actually need to do it. I think it's the committee that needs to do it.
The capacity including crew?
10.
10.
So I think if you want Saturday, that's fine. If you want Thursday, that's fine. I mean, if we have an overwhelming interest, maybe we could do 2. Or we could get an additional boat or a bigger boat somehow. We need a bigger boat.
Yeah. I'd be available for both, but just put my availability at 13th, so Thursday would be just fine with me.
You say the 13th?
Yeah, I would be able to do both, but if I were to pick one.
How does that work for everybody else?
I think I can do it.
Possible. Maybe a show of hands, so we just get a count. So
Yeah.
1, 2.
What time are we talking on Thursday?
In the morning.
11 o'clock or 9 o'clock or?
We don't have it that nailed down.
As early as you want to go.
Yeah.
Between 6 and noon.
Okay.
And it looks like we'd be under the capacity, just with the show of hands here. 2 crew.
2 crew.
Yeah.
2 crew.
Okay. So should we just follow up with Sue, or Sue, will you follow up with us as far as the time, and we'll go for the 13th?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good.
So that I will.
Very good. New business. I think Tom covered a lot of what we would talk about as far as reviewing elements of the growth management plan, Title 38. Sounds like Kayla and I are the only persons that need to understand that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. You know, sometimes, you know, citizen volunteers get short shift in this. You know, as I look around, I see a pretty astute group here. So, yes, Frank.
Are we still talking about the bus tour?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Oh.
Can we go back to bus tour?
And the bus tour, Joe had said he could pretty much do it in October at any time. So that's more when you folks are available, but no one sent me any availability, so.
The concern I have about that is also one of, you know, how many people are going to go. We have the large school bus, which would not be optimal. I would seek a minibus or something from the school, from the RSU. So how many people want to go is important.
And Joe did say he might be able to get a smaller bus from not Raymond Rec, that's us.
Wyndham Rec, so that's another opportunity, but I think a smaller bus is going to be much better.
So can I just get a show of hands, just at first, interest in going on the bus tour?
Interested?
1, 2,
That's
3,
everything.
4, 5, 6,
Got a really good
7,
tour of
8.
already.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 8 that would say they would be
Right,
interested.
so we'll work on getting a minibus, and do we get the day?
You'd have to decide on a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Hopefully that wouldn't be a whole day driving around.
No, it'd be a morning or an afternoon, a couple
Couple
I would
hours,
think
maybe.
hours, you
Couple
probably do a
hours,
lot.
yeah, that'd probably be good.
Is it, I don't know if everyone has the calendars with them right now. If not, we could,
Maybe email me your availability and I'll see what there is for commonality.
Or we could shoot out some dates, is that what we want to do? Do you want to pick the dates now?
Is Joe the one that's going to be driving said bus?
He said it doesn't
Yes.
matter to him.
And he said he had.
He's completely open on whatever day and
He'll
whatever
make it
time.
happen.
He'll
Yeah,
make it happen.
He'll make it happen.
so how do we want to go about nailing down the date? Do we want to try and figure it out now?
Pick a date now, we're all here.
All right.
Save the electronic.
Yeah,
About that following Thursday on the 20th.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, we'd be, oh,
You're talking morning again?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, morning.
I just want to make sure they know.
Preferred, but
They can have the tour guide.
well, it's better for me.
Tour
We're
guide.
talking
I think.
20th AM, right?
Yep. Not a hat.
you were talking about who's going to lead the tour. I was thinking, you know, probably Chris more than Don. He's out in the town all the time. And knows-
Yes.
And on the lake.
I know that.
And on the lake.
By experience, yes, I know that,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we're looking at the 20th in the morning?
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sound good for everyone? I will not be available for that, but having been 20-plus years on the zoning board of appeals, I've seen a lot of what Chris has seen. Very good. All right, let's get that nailed down. Everybody's all set?
I don't know if
Brad,
Brad
are you all
and
set?
Jackie heard, yeah.
Well, Brad.
Yeah,
he
I got
raised his
part of
hand.
it.
Yeah,
Are we saying morning of the 20th, Thursday the 20th?
for the bus.
Yes.
Yeah, that works.
Are there any alternate dates we could, that's, I have something on the 13th that blocks out the day, but I'll move that, but I need to move it to the 20th. So,
Murphy's Law.
is there another day? I mean, is a Saturday a possibility for something like that, or for that?
How about the 21st? That's a Friday.
It's the day before that Thursday is preparation till after midnight for something in the morning on the 21st. I still work for a living. I don't know about the rest of everybody here.
Yeah, I was looking for a reason to skip work in the morning. And
Me too.
Does the 21st pose a problem?
I think
You
that
said that doesn't work for me.
It does for
Oh,
you.
it does for him? Oh, okay.
How about 19 before we bump into the weekend?
I'm in
I
Boston.
might
that day.
propose.
I mean, this isn't like on the
I might
lake.
propose actually the 18th. The when? Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I was just gonna say, this isn't like going out of the lake, so we could put this off, you know, till the leaves come down. I think anyway, like maybe the last week in October or first week in November or something?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd be okay with the last full week of October.
27, Thursday?
That works for me.
26 would be.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's going to be.
No, that's November.
That's November, right?
Don't rush it yet.
Just waiting for that turkey.
I think maybe we need to ask you, Brad, what's your day?
27th works for me. I've got a big thing on the 26th, and that would be a great R&R after.
I'd be good for the 27th.
27 Thursday?
If it's in the morning.
Morning of the 27th.
What are we talking roughly? 3 hours here, or?
Ooh.
2 to 3, yeah.
Okay.
On the 2 side of 3.
So how does everyone feel about the 27th in the morning?
Well, good here.
Good.
Good here.
I may not be able to make it, but I may be able to make it, so just have to check.
Thank you. All right, then why don't we go with that, the 27th in the morning for the bus trip.
Good.
Okay.
This is going back to Tom, when he talks about 18 months. I think that's probably reasonable when you talk about the consultant time. It's totally unreasonable when you talk about all due municipal speed and trying to get this thing done. I've never seen one done in 18 months that includes the ramp up, which we're in now, and then some of the closure stuff.
Sure.
So I think the 2 to 3 years that we're talking about is more realistic, frankly.
Yeah. I was kind of having those same thoughts myself.
I've never seen one happen that quickly. Soup to nuts, maybe his part, maybe the consultant part, not the whole thing.
Should we add something to the RFP as a goal or not?
Well, I think for the consultant, that's a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah,
But
once we
we're
have
going to
a
spend 6 months before we can get there, probably.
But we do have in there that it's a fixed amount, right?
Yeah,
So
but
that's
I don't understand that Kennebunk. That is completely out there. I've never heard anything like that, ever.
I'm going to be applying for Kennebunk.
So I guess we can talk about this a little bit more. We're going to talk about the draft RFP and certainly incorporate some of Tom's recommendations or observations as well. But I guess reviewing the growth management plan really quickly, although, as I said, it was a situation where, it may not be that everyone needs to be able to digest every word. And, whether or not you're comfortable with legalese or reading state statute or whatever, I can certainly appreciate Tom's observation there. But that being said, I did prepare a quick, I guess, cheat sheet or synopsis of the growth synopsis, a synopsis of the growth management program elements. And when you distill it down, the document down to one page, and you look at it, and you just look at the general part of it, at least for me, it gave me an idea of what elements are necessary in a comprehensive plan, which seemed to mirror a lot of what was in the 2004 approved comprehensive plan. So just really quickly, and I know everyone can read, but there's 4 subchapters. There's inventory and analysis, policy development, implementation strategy, and regional coordination program. And they're very detailed as far as each and every element is concerned, and you can get really bogged down in them. But as far as the inventory analysis, I think this committee's now looked at enough as far as plans to understand that a lot of it is demographic and economic information. That they want to hear about your clean water and what your plans are, what significant and critical natural resources there are, the commercial, forestry, and agricultural land, existing recreation, existing transportation, current housing stock, historical and archaeological resources, current and projected development patterns, and assessment of public services to protect health, safety, and welfare. So if you would use that, we would use that as a general outline as to what the state is looking for in a comprehensive plan. I am sure that a contract consultant is going to be much more detailed in this. But I believe for our level, we need to at least have this working framework to understand what the elements the state expects in a comprehensive plan. The second one, policy development, is basically just saying that you're going to look at the inventory and the analysis of that inventory and formulate policies that promote what you've identified as important issues for the town. Implementation strategy, and that really is, we're looking at this commitment of probably 2 to 3 years. That does not include the implementation. What the plan has in it is requirement is that you have a plan for implementation and what your strategies are.
Normally, there's an implementation committee that follows the comprehensive plan committee.
And then lastly, regional coordination program, I think something that's close to Don's heart, is a state requirement that what we do is at least attempt and say what we're willing to do and with our surrounding communities. And I think that if I'm looking at things, especially public health, safety, and welfare, I don't see how communities like us are going to be able to go forward without huge amounts of investment in order to do that in the future. We're talking about the next 10 years. So certainly an important part. I just got this as a quick and dirty type of an outline for us to kind of work from. Any other? Yes.
I wanted to point out that right now in the regional coordination piece, the county is using some of their ARPA money to study that very thing, and there'll be a report completed shortly that'll talk about it by sub-region. So we'll be grouped with the towns that we would work with normally, and so that'll be a big help.
And does the state reach out to you, Don, as far as getting, or does the state reach out to individual municipalities and ask what you've been doing and what your plans are?
On regionalization?
Yeah.
They do not.
They don't.
This is the county that's doing this, but we've been pushing for this for a long time. The problem has been that the towns that we naturally interact with, except Wyndham, which we do interact with very closely, really weren't there in terms of their desire to do that. I'm talking the towns to the west of us. So I think that's changed, though. It's changed a lot. We're closer now in maybe the way that we do business and culture and so forth. And so I think that the report the county does is going to be very instructive on strategies and directions that we can work together that will benefit us all. So I'm really excited about that one. And they're paying for it with their ARPA money, so that's nice. We did do a study, by the way, about 10 or maybe 15 years ago. We studied that too. With the town of Casco was eligible to get a CDBG grant. They got that. We looked at consolidating public safety. We were all in. Casco and Naples were not all in. So even though that was their Casco study, but so it never happened. But I still believe it should happen, and will happen. Has to happen. We don't have the resources otherwise.
I agree. Any other observations as far as the growth management plan, the elements? All right.
I just have one question.
Sure.
The checklist with the 200 to 250 points, is that supplemental to this in a link somewhere, or because it's?
I thought he said, if I got.
Because I read through this, I didn't see 200.
No,
he said it was on their website.
It's
and
on the
I plan on.
Okay, so it is a separate document.
I'll be finding it and making a link on their page.
I just looked at it a minute ago. It's on the link.
It is. Great.
It won't be a picnic to get one that they like.
Well, I mean, if we hire Tom to do it, it will. No, I'm sorry. We won't be doing that.
It's a process.
Okay, discuss in the draft RFP for the contract consultant planner. Thoughts, observations?
I thought it was a very good draft.
Yep.
Good start.
My only major comment is that section 4, the proposal submission expectations, I thought mirrored a lot of section 8. Because it's essentially expectations and then requirements. And I didn't know whether we could just combine the two sections.
Can you tell them a little bit about what you did there, Sue? I think you combined some things
plagiarized
already.
is what I did. I took Yorks. They seem to be the most concise. And thought it would be better to start small and add to rather than start large and start cutting away.
Yeah.
But I didn't really look at it with that in mind so much.
I thought you had cut and paste. You didn't do that at all?
No, I took
Just
all
York.
of York's.
All of York's.
Yeah,
And
all
none
of
of
York's.
Kennebunk's.
None of Kennebunk's.
Just for fun though, York is the second most valuable community in the state of Maine. Did you know that? Behind Portland.
I did not.
That's right.
And I thought that they,
York.
on size-wise and
evaluation
whatnot, I thought they probably lined up a little better with us than some of the others too. That was another reason I chose theirs. So, but I will certainly look at those two sections. I didn't really look at it from that point of view.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I mean, I thought it was nice and brief, which, I think is helpful. Getting a really long RFP is more tedious when you kind of filter through those requirements through sort of the interview process and some of that kind of exchange. So.
Along the line of getting somebody experienced, the RFP, they're going to have seen this one, they're going to have seen, others, the people that we want to consider, and the field is going to be a lot smaller than it was in '04. But the point about getting somebody well experienced in doing these plans is right on. And, I won't say the RFP is not, that huge a deal, but it's really not that huge a deal. I mean, you're going to be interviewing these people, you're going to be looking at the experience, you're going to be telling them what to do once you hire them.
Sure.
So.
And I believe what was discussed earlier is that there may be a subcommittee of this committee that actually will do the interviews. So
exactly.
It won't require all of us to be doing that. So as we get closer, we'll be making that.
And these people, they want to, he did make the point that they want to get in and out and get this done. If they've done this before, they're going to know what to do.
Yeah.
They're going to know what that checklist is.
Exactly.
Yes.
They're going to know Rule 208 inside and out.
Yeah.
In state statute.
This is a bit of a formality, something you have to do, obviously, to have a good process, but and to make sure that you're fair and open, transparent, all that stuff.
Absolutely.
And that's what this is about. Yeah. But what's going to be important is that interview and selecting the person that fits us.
Sure. And I think certainly Tom's observations are helpful. I guess what I would say is in looking at the policy that the town has. I mean, as far as when you go in for it's not just an interview with this committee, but they're going to actually go in with HR and have an interview. And so there's also going to be contractual and requirements that'll be there incumbent on the applicants.
Yeah. You absolutely want to submit the plan before you have it voted on. You absolutely don't want to pay them their final payment until the thing gets approved.
Yes.
Sure. So any of the comments that Tom had, do we think that those might need to be included in the draft? I think he was talking about some sort of time frame for
I took some notes on that, and I thought if I put those in and then send the draft out to all of you folks for next meeting, possibly.
Does that work for everyone?
Yeah. The only thought I had on the RFP was that it will get 3 or 4, 2 or 3, not more than 1. Probably less than 5, and they'll each be somewhat unique in the proposer's approach, and then costing and fee statements for those services. So it won't be as easy to compare apples and apples if you had a matrix of, and cost per meeting or whatever, and cost to do the inventory. And some of the other stuff obviously couldn't be because it might go in different directions, but and I think that's fine. We just have to be ready to review those qualitatively different proposals with probably different pricing arrangements, and they'll each be individual, and we won't be able to really compare apples to apples so much other than looking at the whole picture. It'll require us to do a thoughtful review of the proposal, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly. And I look at it like you're hiring an employee. You'll want to have a standardized set of questions. You'll want to have like you say, you'll want to be able to have some sort of a spreadsheet or something that will delineate all those factors and compare them so that you can do that in a handy format. And so, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think they're all going to be, they're organizations, so it's not going to be one person. It's going to be an organization of staff They're going to have, it'd be like interviewing for a law firm to represent the town. You got big town lawyers, and you've got little town lawyers, and all the ones in between. And I think that they're not going to be apples and apples.
Right.
It's going to be a mixed bag, and we're going to have to pick the right fit. And I think that, with the subcommittee and then report back, I think that'll work really well. And obviously, the town staff will be involved in that, and we'll have the town attorney review the RFPs, and before we sign a contract, it'll all be reviewed, and we'll be good to go.
Now, I don't know if you want to do this or not, but normally when you go for architectural services, you do it cost blind, so you do your interviews and you have a separate envelope for the pricing, and they're very sensitive about that. I found out years ago building a new town office. So, I mean, you don't actually have to select, the person who has, I guess, the lowest cost, and I guess the bias would be that, maybe the best fit may not be the person with the lowest cost. So you consider the cost and the quality of the proposal separately. I guess it's the qualification-based search sort of way of doing it. I don't know if you like that or not, but typically we always look at the cost here, and then they say, now go negotiate that again. So you tell me what you like, I'll do it.
Well, I think where the apples to apples can come in is once you have an RFP, you can, with their proposal, go through, okay, number one, did they answer that question? What was their answer? Number two, and have some apples to apples that way, just based on what they get back. And that's what I've done in the past with some.
But I guess that's the way you can talk about that when you get ready to do a lot of this when you're ready to do an interview.
I don't know if I probably could ask the question better than Tom, but maybe the municipal side or the legal side can help me understand this a little bit. So it seems as I read the management plan, and it talks about statute. And I believe right in the first, as far as the draft RFP, I found in the introduction, page 1, what made me feel comfortable, which was it states that the work will result in a plan consistent with the Growth Management Act of the state of Maine. So it's almost kind of as Kristen and Don are observing, it's they're gonna basically do what they do. We're not gonna hire someone who does not have this experience from the legal advantage as well as every other situation.
Yeah. It's almost impossible to believe that a town would spend $300,000 and hire somebody who had never done the plan. It's almost impossible.
I know, it's like they did look at the resumes.
Yeah.
Well, towns are different. I'll call it a Falmouth solution. Years ago, they couldn't decide between the two top planners, so they hired a both. So that's kind of what you have kind of about what.
Along with that, make that feel good that right in the RFP, they're going to have to comply with the growth management, which kind of then covers everything.
Yeah, I actually really appreciated Tom's comments on the way in which this is interpreted, because one of the questions that you're always wondering when looking at legal statutes is how strictly do they follow these statutes. And sometimes, and he mentioned chapter 208, which is my next stop, so it sounds like there's much more reliance on that and the checklist than what's necessarily built in here, because you can interpret a lot of these words in a lot of different ways, which gives you wiggle room to do or to create a plan that works with your municipality, which goes back to the finding the best fit for what our town actually is.
Well said, Danielle. And that's kind of where I have this little conundrum, because on as I read to Tom, on page 6, the consultant will assess how consistency with the state statute might support or hinder the proposed goals and policies of the town. That almost seems, it's kind of in conflict. If I guess my question is, does the amendment to the state constitution regarding home rule cover any of this?
Well, and then my next question to you is, what does consistent mean? And so there's a,
Sure.
I don't know the answer to your question. So it's having an opinion like that as to what they hold in priority is really important to us,
Sure.
because that gives us our perspective on how we want to interpret this.
Sure. And the sense I got was that Tom will know
Yes.
the consistency
Right.
definition.
Exactly.
What I heard, it was black and white, but.
But, exactly.
Yeah.
It's clear as mud.
I mean, to melt it right down, that's what I heard.
Absolutely. And so I guess ultimately I think that the draft very closely followed the policy I read that the town has for RFPs, which I'm glad we have that. And, you know, I'd ask, are there any more? Because one element that was in the growth management plan was a section that said addressing conflicts. And it seemed to me in reading it that it meant that in the plan, if you're not going to be consistent, because it's not in the town's best interest, then you at least have to provide some sort of explanation as to why. I mean, it'd be simple if it's one of the elements is the harbor front. Well, that wouldn't be hard for Raymond to necessarily deal with as far as explaining. You know, if you live in the desert, forestry probably wouldn't be something that's going to come up a lot. So you'd be exempt from that simply by saying, we don't have any trees. We don't have a waterfront.
Right, right.
But then others, as I said, and I hate to keep harping on this, but when the state says that 10% of all new construction needs to be affordable housing, and over the last decade and a half, I have asked that of select board members and municipal officials, has the town of Maine ever reached that? The answer is no.
Not even close.
So we've been non-compliant with that portion of it, which Tom seemed to think is kind of a real hot button. But I guess getting back to Danielle's observation, I don't see Dawn getting hauled away. You know, I don't see a lien on my house from the state. So I guess that would be my question.
They're still gonna take our tax money.
Well, they are.
And given there's no, as I understand it, no requirement now, I mean, we're doing this for us.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to be, compliant with the, I guess, the strictures of the law, whatever, as it may still exist, but to me, this is for us.
And I think.
And if every plan was the same, I mean.
They just hand it out.
Just hand it out. And I had to laugh about my hometown of Scarborough. I mean, of course they wouldn't think of forests. There's very few forests left. When I grew up there, it was a dairy town. I mean, that's not where they're at today.
Yeah.
I think something we can think about too is finding a candidate who is well versed in what these changes are and these hot topics are, because we've had legal changes that will impact this since this has been published in November of 2021.
Sure.
So these aren't, what we're reading isn't necessarily up to date because it hasn't been amended yet specifically. So I think the hot topics will guide discussion to a certain extent, whether that's ours or our communities. And so finding someone who has a tab on that will be important as we're looking at this, in the sense that this is specifically for the next 10 years, and we're really trying to make sure we abide by what we want to do for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I have only one other suggestion. Be popular, maybe popular, I don't know. Under page 3 of the RFP, project area, I think the third paragraph down, it starts to describe the history of the town of Raymond. And I would like to add 2 lines and make 1 word change. The 2 lines would be that paragraph starts with, today Raymond residents live on traditional land of the Wabanaki Confederacy. The Algonquin word for Wabanaki is most often translated into Dawn Land. And then the next sentence, if we could just insert the word European, the first European settlers, and that would be my only other addition. I know it's just an RFP, but I would think at least for this committee, if we're going to be looking at land acknowledgement, then all the documents that come out of this should really have some sort of land acknowledgement if it's getting into describing our history.
I agree. It's, to have that, I guess, to delineate it for us is helpful. That's not something that we have, we talked about that before, but I think Sue just probably pulled this out of you know, something.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
It's
Something
not-
more, something we had at hand, more standardized, but I absolutely
Well,
agree.
I stole
think-
it from the previous.
Stole from the previous one.
Sure.
yeah.
From the previous
Yeah, so
complaint.
no, I'm with you, I'm with you.
The biggest city in this state is just getting around to adding land acknowledgement into their.
So that's that
charter.
paragraph that starts with
Right.
the first arrival of settlers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll make those changes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
When I
I'd ask
was
the
putting
committee,
this-
as far as all of these suggestions for revision or changes, I'd ask for motion to accept them.
Move.
Second.
Yeah. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? There.
So
It's
I'll
official.
incorporate them and have them sent to, or send them out with the next meeting so that you can look at the.
And then when they do the next plan, that language will
That'll
be there.
be in there,
Yes.
that's
It'll
it.
be there. They'll-
Once you get it in there,
And they'll
that's
cut
it.
and paste
Sounds
it,
like
it'll be there.
It lasts forever and.
That's the first thing a
That's
clerk.
good planning.
And there'll be a little footnote that Peter.
Yeah, that's right.
Brad has a question.
Yeah. Brad?
No, I just asked Sue, did you get my abstention on that vote?
Oh, no, I didn't.
I did.
Okay.
I did. I saw it.
I will when I watch the tape,
The
yes.
official record.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sorry.
I abstain just because I'd like to have more time for us to discuss that. I'm always, I don't like committees where somebody proposes something and we, yeah, and we vote on it without discussing it and dwelling on it. So that's why I abstain.
Yeah, and I apologize, Brad, I'm new to this electronic meeting type thing, so I should be looking up there more. I'll try and make that effort in the future so I can see you when you get your hand raised. Okay, I think we took care of new business. Is there any public comment?
Well, I'm not the public, but if I could, Mr. Chair, to get to Brad's point as far as the RFP goes, while you did just vote for me to incorporate those into the RFP, you haven't actually voted on the entire document and whether that's finished.
Good point.
So,
Good point.
given that it really can be changed later, we aren't anywhere near to the point of having that
If
set
you
in
want to, you
concrete.
can have a subcommittee to look at it and report back.
Yes.
Yeah, is anybody in favor of Don's suggestion?
You can do whatever you want. We'll make it,
Yeah.
it's like Burger King, and you're the Burger King,
Yeah,
however you like it.
So for now, I hope at least the committee members realize it's set in Jell-O.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do whatever you like. We're just trying to help move it along.
Sure. I'm all in favor of that, Tom. Okay, is there any public, other than Sue, I mentioned?
I don't think you have any public.
Okay, I'll close. Oh, yes,
I don't know if
Chris.
it's public or staff comment,
Yeah.
but I heard when Tom was talking, he talked about a contact at GPCOG.
Yes.
Would you like one of us to reach out to GPCOG?
Ooh, I think that's excellent.
I did.
I know a guy.
Here's my experience. I mean, he may know a guy, but, you know, $45,000 for whatever it is, the number of municipalities in Cumberland County, their transportation, in my view, organization these days, that's where the money is. We can reach out to them, but, and maybe get some sort of guidance from them, but, you know, to me, the contract planner, the person that we hire is gonna have that expertise. That's who we're gonna use. And I don't even know who they have planning there now. But
And
one of the
I
reasons.
was told they didn't have anyone.
Didn't have anybody, yeah. So he said they weren't strong. That's true, they're not strong in that area. We tried years ago to use them, and we ended up going a different direction. That was to hire our own contract planner, as you know, from Sebago Technics. And but before that, we had Hugh Cox, and we had Bob Fonts.
the
So
only
we
reason I-
always had a contract planner.
But we did work with Carol in Paris there for a while.
She's long gone.
And I know she's long gone. I just didn't know if we should at least just see if there's anybody
We
there.
could reach out to him, but I'm not optimistic about it.
Yeah, 'cause they told me they no longer do planning.
No longer
Yeah,
do planning.
I
Is
don't
what
know.
they-
I wasn't
That was like a
bringing it
month
up for
ago.
that reason. I just brought it up
Yeah.
because Tom mentioned it.
Sure.
And I know that, you know, they're an organization we've worked with in the past.
But if you can
I'm
find
in
someone.
having Chris. Chris, I'm in favor of having you reach out, just see
Yeah,
what's out there.
it's an easy phone call.
Yeah, how's the committee feel? Brad's in favor.
What harm's it gonna do?
Maybe just relative to transportation, if that's their specialty. And transportation from Raymond to Portland is absolutely a topic on our
Yeah.
comp plan.
Maybe that's all we'll get.
Maybe that's all we,
But I'll make the phone
if there's a
call.
contact there that
If
has
that's what you guys
competency
want.
in transportation and is affordably available, then that might be a worthwhile phone call to learn about.
I think you have to be very clear when you talk to them that you're talking about that this, I guess, area of planning that's financed by the state of Maine, because we're not a member, and anything we do with them as a non-member is by the hour. Anything.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's not what I heard from him, but I
No, I'm saying you make sure that you get the person
clear.
who they're financing at $45,000.
Right.
The other services are by the hour. So if you call up and make sure they understand what the context of what you're asking
We're working against the 45K tab
for the whole county.
for the whole county, yeah.
So
I
you
see
can
why they
imagine
said
how much
they've got
planning
no
you're
one.
getting.
Right.
Well, certainly, anything that you could get gratis as far as information would be helpful.
No, I'm not saying don't do it. Do it.
Yeah.
But make sure they understand what you're asking.
Absolutely. Okay. And just a quick question, because you mentioned it, Don, as far as our contract planner, they would not be applying for this RFP because of a conflict of interest, right? They're already contracted with the town?
I don't know if they would apply. I don't know, as I would say, they're qualified. You know, they're more an engineering firm, technical analysis, that sort of thing. This is much broader. I don't think they could answer the question, we've done a comp plan.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't know that.
There'd probably be a meeting or two that they might well participate in. Jim,
Yeah.
Seymour.
He's very good, but I'm just saying, I don't think they do this.
If we were grinding on some of the ordinance or setback stuff and having trouble, Jim, not that you wouldn't be able to, Chris, but it might be helpful to have him for a meeting or half a meeting or something.
Well, I'm sure he'd be willing to do that.
We should call on anybody and everybody who can help us. I'm all for it.
I'm all for that.
And I like the intern idea, by the way, really a lot.
Excellent, absolutely. Yeah, and a great thought as far as being, if necessary, if we needed more hours, that we could pick up, some of the hourly rate. That's a great option as well. All right. As far as committee comments, any observations or comments?
On the schedule, if he started in March of '23, I thought to myself, reading through this stuff this afternoon, that it would be nice to be at town meeting in June of '25 to avoid his well-stated attrition risk. And I think it's just inherent on us to stay focused as best we can and get through the chapters. And a good planner will hopefully help us do that. But I think that schedule shouldn't be out of reach, a 2025 June town meeting to get a vote on the final plan. If there's some kind of check marks along the way, see how we're doing in terms of scope, schedule, and budget.
Any other committee comments? Jackie, Brad? Yes, Brad.
I do. A couple. First off, it would really be helpful for me and perhaps other committee members if, before we conclude our meetings, if there are bullet points that whoever's chairing the meeting can just reiterate, okay, here's what we're going to do. We formed a committee of, for the election day survey, whatever. Here's who's on it. We've got boat tours on this day. We've got bus tour on this day. Here's who's going to coordinate the bus tour. If it's Sue, it probably ought to be somebody on this committee rather than put that on the town to do that. But if we could do the bullet points, and then Sue, if I can ask this of either you or of Kayla or keep wanting to call you Charlie, I'm sorry. But if we could ask, one of you who are in leadership to get that right out to us so we don't have miscommunication issues like we had on the previous tour. So we know if we're supposed to contact you, Sue, we've got that follow-up, and it wasn't just, oh yeah, I thought it was this, and somebody else thought it was this. So again, what I'm asking is a summary of bullet points before we close the meeting, when our next meeting is included in that, and then if Sue or somebody could get this out to all the committee members within 48 business hours or so after it takes place.
Thanks, Brad. Jackie, any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think my only thought at this point is, you know, I'm one of those types of people that really likes to see a roadmap laid out and general time frame for what we're working towards in the next, you know, meeting or in the next couple meetings. And I'm just wondering if we want to kind of, maybe not tonight, but at the next meeting, talk about kind of a general time frame, goals for our, you know, maybe it's per quarter, you know, what is our goal in this next 3 months, and how are we going to achieve that, and what are the steps that we can, you know, take to make that happen. You know, I know Sue does a lot of the work behind the scenes.
I think you froze there, Jackie. But I appreciate that, and what I would ask is that most of that information should be contained in the minutes, and definitely we can look at having that on the next agenda to look at some sort of a rough timeline for different elements. I think that's what I'm hearing. What element are we going to look at? Are we going to look at water? Are we going to look at housing? That type of a thing. Thank you, Jackie. I love electronics. Okay, a motion to adjourn?
So
Did my action points get anywhere?
They're going to be in the minutes.
But nobody summarized them at all for. I mean,
was everyone clear on?
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little bit duplicative, Brad. I will say that. I mean, Sue, you generally, I thought you've done an excellent job at the minutes.
Oh, thank you.
And I know I wouldn't come close to that, or any of us, in trying to reinterpret what, I mean, Sue's minutes would, if I tried to do it, Brad, it would be a mess. And your minutes are generally out in...
I try to get them out within a week.
In a week, and
Tomorrow I'm sending out over 200 absentees. They won't be going out in the next 48 hours, that I can tell you, for this week. What I can do, if you would like me to, co-chairs, is to go through what we have right now, or what I have captured so far. That's action items. We do have a subcommittee that's been formed to draft what's going to be presented at the election on June 8th, and that's made up of Brad, Danelle, and Frank. There's the upcoming boat tour on October 13th. I'll be sending out a time to the committees, and hopefully I'll do that within the next day or two. On October 27th in the morning, there'll be a bus tour, and I'll send the time out for that as well. So there really isn't anything that anyone needs to get to me right now, unless you do, if in looking at the RFP, if you see anything that you'd like to change, like some of your verbiage, for instance, with the history as an example, because it's still a draft document, the committee members could just send them to me and I could include them before I send out a packet for the next meeting. And I believe the next meeting, you wanted to meet on the first Wednesday, so that would put us at the 2nd of November.
Thank you, Sue. Did you get that, Brad?
Thank you. Yes. And by the way, Sue, that was all against you. I'm very pleased that you're doing minutes for us, and we have somebody, because that was a concern I had beforehand, and I think it's wonderful. It just is, I realize there's an awful lot on your plate, and this isn't the primary responsibility you have. And when there are action points that take place between, when the minutes get out and so forth, and we don't know about them, or there's confusion, that's what I want to avoid. I want everything to kind of flow smoothly, and that's why I brought it up. So,
all right.
Now, one question can I ask? Are we firm then the first Wednesday of every month until otherwise we can put on our calendars for meeting at 6:30?
I believe the discussion was that it's at least through to the December.
Yes.
That's when the calendar meetings would be.
Okay.
So that's the first Wednesday of the month.
November 2, December 7. That's as far as we've gone.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Certainly. There's a motion to adjourn in a second. All in favor? Opposed? Good night.
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting for October 11th, 2022. We do have a quorum. One of our selectmen is joining us by Zoom, hopefully. We'll start with the agenda. Approval of the previous meeting minutes.
We need to make a correction under section
D. That would be 4D.
Under section, under 4D, the motion, it was the motion to table until the next meeting, not till November 2nd, so.
Okay.
So it's the next meeting, October 11th. And I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. As amended. All those in favor? Unanimous. Resolution for reinvesting RBL funds.
Do you want to add that on here as a new item?
What?
The agenda?
Yeah, we'll get that new. We're gonna do it under the quick claim deed. So, okay. All right. Kathy Goslin, you are up.
All right. Kathy Goslin, Director and Finance Assistant. I'm here in place of Cherise tonight. She is returning from vacation. She's probably in the airport right now. But she wanted to get this settled. So we received a check from the town in July, and it was part of the MOU. They would turn over their monetary assets to us. So we minus the $15,000 that they kept for startup costs. So we received a check for $129,633.75.
But you got that check from the library,
We
not
got
from
the check
town.
from the library
Not from
to
town.
the town.
To the
Yes,
town.
sorry.
Okay.
So we now have the funds in the town's general account, and Sharice is just anxious to get it settled as to what we're going to do with it. So she did some investigation. She started with our bank, Androscoggin, and they don't do these security ones, mutual funds. So she researched options and came up, her recommendation is we go with a multi-bank security through Norway Savings Bank. No, not through Norway Savings Bank.
No.
But the MBS.
MBS, the multi-bank securities thing.
So she wants to go with that. They have a negative minimum balance. They don't charge any fees. They have a third party for safekeeping records and all of that. So she thought that was a good way to go with this. Falmouth, Waterville, and Ellsworth all use it, those towns. They get paid on the underwriting fee by issuers. The underwriting spread, it's usually a 3-year CD, and the agency pays about $250 a bond, so a $250,000 CD would pay their firm $625. So it's not coming out of ours, but it's coming out of the investments.
What do they invest in? I mean, are these like, they're not investments in the stock market, I hope?
No, they do
These
more
are-
the federal home loans. So it's the bank loans that they're doing for home mortgages and that. And she thought that was a safer asset for them, direction to go in.
Is it, can I ask why?
Sure.
I guess why I'm totally like in the blind on all of this. Is it just to take the money in instead of just like holding it for the library, or is
Well,
it just
we took in the money from the library, and now we're going to, invest it in, an instrument that would be appropriate for the town. The stock market, no. But, legally, I guess required to to stay within certain parameters or to certain instruments.
Right.
So that's what we're saying, is that we want to invest the money, as we do with the other towns'
Right.
funds. We have another trust manager. But,
Still remains as an asset, but we'd be earning interest on it.
Right.
And it's a little safer than some of the other accounts, as Dawn mentioned, that,
Right.
go up and down and up and down.
Would we do this with any other money that's coming in, just because it's a lump sum? Is that why we would invest it?
We want to keep this separate
Separate.
from,
So it's still an
from the
asset for the
regular
library.
town investment accounts.
Correct.
Correct.
And
And there's no issue on partial withdrawals and things,
She said there's no fees on there.
okay? Because the 129, you're not going to put that full amount in there because we've already allocated certain funds out of that for this year's budget. So you're not putting the full 129 in.
I don't
I
think
think we
Sharice knows
took-
that.
Okay?
I think we
What
took
did it
half
say?
of it, like
No, we took
65.
60.
Six-
I
60
think it
or
was
60.
there are no fees, but it might be good to look and see if there are withdrawal penalties too. That's a good point.
Yeah, when it comes to
I
this stuff,
don't
I'm
have
absolutely
that.
blind on it.
Are they guaranteeing any rate of return? Is there a
No,
minimum rate
not
of
in
return?
the information that I have.
So, I would say we need to have a little more information.
She did,
The person who did the research is Sharice, so
Right.
we can, I guess, ride on this till next meeting if you'd like to do that.
I think Sharice is also thinking we had the 129,000 minus
Yeah.
the 15,
Right.
but then using that money, yeah.
yeah,
We
I know
took-
she's
we
thinking
took
it's
half of it.
129. So you took 60K out.
It was either 60, 65, I can't remember.
But I mean, that would, check the warrant article. It was in
Yeah.
the warrant article, what was going into this year's budget.
But I would ask for a minimum rate of return, any early withdrawal penalties, if they do invest in mortgages, through who? I mean, if it's Sallie Mae or Fannie Mae, you want to be careful. Yeah,
Oh, everything you gotta be careful on right now. It's
right,
bad.
so, and, I mean, treasury bonds are now at, 10-year treasury bonds at 3.9 right now, 3.8. That might be a decent investment and pretty safe. So, I think we need to do a little more research on this. And have our answers, our questions answered.
Well, and if it's not the 129, and it's the 66,000, 65,000, whatever, is that something we still want to do?
Invest? Yeah, okay. I mean, you want to get a rate of return, but you should be getting a minimum 3.5% rate of return right now, minimum. And it should be guaranteed, so.
Okay. No, yeah. I'm good. All right. So
All right, and when and if you do sign to do this, we would just have to have the resolution signed.
Yep. We can do
And
that
the
at the next meeting.
non-corporation form.
Yeah, we can do
to
that at the
certify
next
it.
meeting, yeah. Okay, so let's have a motion table till the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, thanks Kathy.
You're welcome.
All right, quick claim deeds. Sue Carr, you're up.
I think the quitclaim deed was for Martin Crowder.
Yep.
He passed away, and his son Ben has come in and paid all the taxes, and he's taken over the house and everything, so
Is Ben living there now?
I believe so.
Okay. All right.
motion to approve the quick claim, not quick claim,
Yeah.
the short form quick claim
Yep.
deed on the estate of Crowder Martin, book 37079, page 267, book 38553, page 21.
Have
Yeah.
a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Okay, you have the paperwork there, John?
Yeah. Under all the lifesavers.
Mr. Chair, did you take C out of order purposefully?
C.
You skipped the consideration of the foreclosed property.
That's not on this one.
You mean the email we just got?
Well,
No, he's adding it on.
well, it's in the agenda.
It is?
Yeah.
Mhm.
B.
It's B. consideration of this.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nice.
How do I print this out and then get that? All right. All right. The foreclosed property for Mr. Rinaldi.
Oh.
Is
Mr.
that what we're
Rinaldi.
discussing right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. We all saw the email from Mr. Rinaldi again. I called him. He didn't pick up his phone. I couldn't leave a message. His voicemail was full.
Mm-hmm.
I sent him an email to try and get him to respond. He did not until he sent both of you an email, right?
Yeah.
Now, in that email, if I can find it,
That's recent.
it was just sent a while ago.
Yep. He says, here.
I got it. I just want to get confirmation that I'm all set with my payment plan. We have a binding contract in place, his words.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to pay November, but wanted to make sure everything is good. This email was sent Friday, October 7th. I'm not happy that you guys claimed you were just trying to get my land back to me, then tried to take it again, even though we have a fully enforceable contract and I'm paid up till November. Now, speaking earlier, he's admitting that there's a contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's,
Even though it's not notarized.
right.
Okay,
Right.
but he's admitting there's a binding contract. So the suggestion from Selectman Olson was, if he's admitting to a binding contract, that we have his word that he thinks we have a contract. And as long as he's making payments, we don't need to foreclose. Now, our policy, and I'm trying to get him to work with us, but he won't.
He just won't, no.
Right. Our policy says we need to have a notarized contract. That's the only thing missing. He's claiming we have a binding contract, and if we take him at his word, we have a binding contract.
Okay.
So,
Well, and he's saying in here too, the contract doesn't state it needs to be notarized to be binding, but he is saying it is binding.
Right.
So it's, yeah.
I mean, he stated in multiple written communications that it's a binding agreement.
so here's what we would like you to communicate back to Mr. Rinaldi.
Okay.
We're going to take you at your word that you have a binding contract. As long as you continue to make payments, we will not seize the property. If you miss any payment, since we require a notarized contract, we will take action.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Perfect.
Clear enough?
Yep.
Right? Everybody agree with that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so thanks.
Good luck. Oh, Sue, don't go anywhere. Isn't Sue?
Yeah, doesn't she want to stay so she can get appointed?
Don't you want to be appointed? Yeah.
You'll be appointed in abstention.
The last item I think we have is appointment of the warden, right?
That is it.
Okay.
Motion to approve Sue Carr.
And if I could,
Yeah.
this is a position that Sue took on now a few years ago and has literally taken it and run with it. She doesn't really even need me, though I know she doesn't want me to not be there. She's threatened to wrap me in a little wrap so I can't fall down and hurt myself again. But she could easily run this election. She's really learned all the rules, all the laws, and has done a fantastic job being the warden.
Yes, she has.
Mhm.
Nice
Thank
job,
you.
Sue.
Mhm.
All right, do I have a motion? You made a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
All right, you got that paperwork there, Tom? Teresa?
Yep.
All right, public comment. Any public comment? Any public comment?
Oh, not on the foreclosure.
No, anything.
No. You don't want any foreclosed property? You're all good?
Absolutely.
Hi, good evening. Gregory Fox with Raymond Ready Care. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Erin Wright. She's our medical director for Raymond Ready Care. It's our pleasure to get a chance to spend some time with you tonight and say hello. We've been hard at work for about 1.5 years to kind of keep the lights on and really see that healthcare gets a chance to move forward after pandemic. It's not been an easy process. But pleased to say that we're able to step in and serve with the patients that are here from Raymond and take care of the community. And we have patients that are, coming up from Wyndham and down from Bridgeton. And it's just a pleasure tonight to say hello and thank you for welcoming us to Raymond.
Well, that's terrific. We need doctors in Raymond. It's been a while. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I second everything that Dr. Fox just said. This has been a challenging last year, but it's starting to ease up a little bit. We've had some, personnel changes and workflow changes and all the things that you do when you're kind of trying to optimize a medical practice. But we're in a fantastic place now. We've got a lot of growth, looking at really larger expansion than just what we have now. In the near future. So exciting times. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Great.
where did you come from?
Go ahead.
All right. So I practiced in Bridgeton for a little over 20 years in corporate medicine, and this is private practice and very different and a welcome change, I will say. And so it's nice because several hundred of my patients came in this direction, and then we've got the existing patients where we stopped doing urgent care for a while. We thought we would really, my entire career has been primary care, and I've done urgent care, moonlighting and things like that. But when we started all of this, we thought we would really stick with primary care, and we found a huge outpouring in the community. They missed urgent care, and so we added that back in the middle of the summer. Yes. So what's kind of neat now, I can say after the busy summer, is, just this afternoon, right? We had 4 people walk in the span of about 30 minutes for urgent care at the end of the day. I saw them all, and out of that, we picked up one, I saw a little 1.5-year-old, and he was with his mom, and they just moved back to this area from the Yarmouth area. They were looking for a PCP, so we just picked up a family of 4 there. And then the other 2 out of the 3 were urgent care who don't have PCPs and have decided to join. So, we're growing in so many different, different avenues. But it's been amazing. And I do a lot of dermatologic care myself. I've been doing that all of my career. And so I'm getting a lot of referrals from Intermed and the other docs. And of course, our own internal practices has been a little neglected when it comes to good, skin cancer surveys and treatments. So a lot of business out there, and it's been exciting.
That's great.
Yeah,
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
That is so good, because I know people wanted to, before, they weren't taking young kids for the practice before, and then all of a sudden, I had a scratched eye, and I went in there, and they said, they're not doing urgent care anymore. I'm like, so I had to go down. But yes, it is so in need, and I know Quick Care and Wyndham right now, someone took their daughter today
2
because
hour.
No, they couldn't even get seen. They sat for hours and
Really?
they left. It was that bad. So they're going to try sitting outside again tomorrow with like an ear infection. And
send them this way.
Yeah, no, I will let her know that now, knowing.
Please do.
Wow.
Yes, and all ages. I mean, I delivered babies, so for me, nothing intimidates me.
Well, I like your signs out there too.
Yes.
The doctors, it lets people know that, and that type of thing. That's great seeing that.
And Dr. Fox, your background?
Yes, thank you. October 5th, I celebrated 20 years here in Maine, and the first 20 were in Falmouth, and of those 14 also in Bridgeton. So I have 2 locations. My wife's a physical therapist, and we work together, and we do spine and muscular injuries. So my background with Raymond Ready Care is really operations. So they needed someone to kind of, what can you do to take care of all the insurances and payroll and making sure that all the the T's get crossed and the I's get dotted. So I don't see patients at the practice, but I'm behind the scenes, computers and IT, and coordinating the vendors and things like that. So that we have 2 other providers at Raymond Ready Care now. Chadwick McBay is a physician's assistant, and Brittany Bennett is a nurse practitioner. So
That's terrific.
That is so terrific.
Yeah.
Wow.
How are you on the appointments with all the carriers?
Oh, you mean his network status?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in network with, I think there's only 2 carriers that have been Medicare replacements that were not. I think it's like One Care, and you see them very infrequently. So for the most part, I would say that 95% of the carriers were in network.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming to Raymond. We really appreciate having medical care here in Raymond. It was been lacking for a couple of years.
Yes.
Welcome. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Texting her now to let her.
Yeah.
Next appointment scheduled.
And there are people that actually watch this meeting, so hopefully it will be a good PR move for you to come and introduce yourself.
It is, and you know, we have big shoes to fill. Dr. Wilkins really did an amazing job of starting the practice. You know, from it was a key bank before, and he rebuilt it. So just a nice community, and I'm back and forth all the time between Falmouth and Bridgeton. So this is the second home, and you'll know when you see the lights on. We're still sometimes take.
What are your hours, by the way?
Well, patient hours end at 5, but sometimes
6 to midnight?
administrative hours go a little longer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Can you guys get something outside on that, and that it is doing the ready care during those hours too?
yeah, I think we'd like to. We'd like to take on some social media and Facebook, and we've been kind of just like all hands on deck up until this point. This summer was pretty busy. We were able to serve 5 camps in the area with the kids and the campers, and those were relationships that were really established with Dr. Wilkins and some of the employers in the area for injuries at work or pre-employment physicals. So it's been a very broad brush to paint, but we're there and we're doing well, and happy to have everything back on track. So.
And then definitely we can update that sign, because I think we've been trying to really find our identity, and now we really know we're primary care, we're urgent care, and dermatologic care.
Yeah.
And those are our, I think we can update that sign. with
Yeah, and if you
hours
could put your hours out there, I
Yes.
think that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely, we can. Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
well, listen, thank you. And
Welcome.
again, a
Welcome.
pleasure
Seriously,
to
thank you.
get a chance to meet face to face and say hello and say hello again. If anything comes up, please reach out to us. We're available and happy to assist the town in its growth, whether it's sponsoring the kids and the teams or just community involvement. So,
Terrific.
okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
All right. Town managers report or selectman comment? Okay, selectman comment.
Nope.
Teresa?
Nope.
All right. Lonnie, you there?
He's there.
He's there, but he's frozen.
Yeah.
I was wondering why you had that weird. Oh, no, wait a minute. Look,
No, he's not frozen.
No.
Oh, he's looking his. Hey, Lonnie,
Lonnie, are you there?
wave if you can hear us.
He can't see us.
Or blink.
Blink.
Yeah. All right.
He's frozen again.
So no selectman comment. Town managers report.
Okay, so I thought I'd start with a couple of numbers. 223, that's tax stabilization applications already. 277 is absentee ballots mailed. I'm told from the clerk's office we could see 1,000.
I'm expecting to see 1,000.
1,000, yeah, wow. So that's significant. Halloween movie night. So this is at Tasseltop Saturday the 29th, 5 p.m. free. It's a partnership, I think, with Wyndham Parks and Rec. And so if you're out there and interested, it's a great time, I'm told. I haven't been to movie night myself, but anyway. So broadband update, we have one proposal in for the Lake Region towns, and they've extended the deadline, so I think the thought is we're going to get more than one proposal for a plan to build out broadband fiber. So we'll see what happens there. And so dates for the next meetings, November 15th and December 13th.
Okay.
All right.
Question, Don, on Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Main Street's going to get closed again.
Yes, the fire department's working with the VIPs, volunteers and police, to have them there to help shut it down. I believe we're looking at one lane. No, I think we're closing. We're closing it from Main Street towards the first
Yeah.
302 Big Apple
Yeah.
to 121. But then 121 will be open to the other end of Main Street, so they will be able to exit. They won't be able to come through Mill Street.
Right.
The library is collecting candies from folks outside of the village. If folks would like to donate some candy, those houses down there get hit with maybe up to 1,000 kids.
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to donate candy, they can deliver it to the library and they'll
Distribute it.
distribute it. The fire department will be doing their graveyard setup and their swamp monster and candy giveaway at the public works station. So,
So the sidewalks ought to be a good thing this year.
yes, the sidewalks will help. I don't expect the roads to stay empty. They will use those also, but
Do we know what time they're going to close the road? Because last year was, we kept getting different things. Last year, I think they closed it at 5, but at one point.
we
they
have
talked-
them scheduled to be there at 4:30, but they close it once the traffic starts, the kids start coming out.
Yeah.
121 is rough, because we did the library last year, and when these people come down, they're pretty fast. Another thing is on the news last night, did anybody hear there's supposed to be a candy shortage? Yeah, I'm not joking.
I'll
It was
tell you,
on the news last night, and I just started laughing, but what a way to pump that up out
Well, I'll
there.
tell you, if people want it, there's plenty of it.
Yeah.
I saw at Walmart, they had tons of it. Hannaford has tons of it.
I just had to
Of
laugh.
course, the town
and put
isn't
that up
budget
there.
for
One way to raise the price.
Yeah.
Claim you have a candy shortage. Oh, prices just went up.
Yeah.
All right. Don, you have anything else?
So we have the reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Friday, November 11th, Veterans Day.
Yeah.
And that's really all I have.
Okay. So before we adjourn, I would like to make sure everybody knows that we got that stuff from folks who are interested in the short-term rental.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it on the agenda for next meeting. I'm not saying that what they presented to us is what we're going with, but I think we need to have a discussion on what's possible for short-term rentals.
I guess I'd like to have it just the board, and then,
Right, no,
then
that's-
right, and then not then think about it, have some time to think about it, you know, and do a little investigating, and then maybe the next meeting have input or whatever, but not.
No, what I'm asking, it's gonna be solely a board
Yes,
discussion.
like a workshop for us.
I want you to read the material that was given to us. I mean, this is going on everywhere, like South Portland and Portland are having these discussions. I think Cape Elizabeth, I think Wyndham may have looked at it. So read what you can about it. The board will discuss what direction we may want to go in, and then the following meeting we'll take public comment, you know, and have a discussion with the public
Okay.
about what some alternatives might be. I mean, one of my big things is septic systems and how many people you can put in the house.
My thing is, we don't have a police department, so this, the sheriff's department is understaffed as is.
Right.
And then-
We're starting to get into the discussion.
well,
we're gonna-
Yeah, I'm just.
No, I know, but yeah, he started it.
Yeah, it's my fault. Okay, go ahead. You can say we don't, I know, we don't have a sheriff's department.
I'm joking.
So any ordinance is gonna
Yeah.
be tough to enforce if you're trying to make it, you know,
Right.
tough on someone. But there are ways you could go through licensing, through septic system, you know, sufficiency and all those things. So we'll have to look at all those. But we'll have that discussion next month,
Good,
okay?
because there's a lot of questions.
But we got a lot of information at the last meeting. and It was kind of overwhelming to read what they're proposing. Some of it, you know, is probably not doable. So, anyway, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
All in favor? Great, thank you.
Welcome to Wednesday, Wednesday, right here, things, October 12th, order. We do have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Mike D'Angelo, Greg Foster, Robert O'Neill, Mark Charles, from Zoom. This is a public hearing. All the procedure and also the specifically votes to go into executive session. You have the right to hear everything that's being said. And to look at all the exhibits that are presented, please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda. We'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have a public hearing, site plan review for the Jordan Bay Marina, Port Harbor Marine. For all business, the first thing we have is our minutes from September 14th. And then for new minutes, a public hearing review of a commercial use in the R zone and a sketch plan review from Diane Potvin. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations will be held in advance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. Of this? I don't. Probably should have it memorized by now.
I just have questions about the appeals or whatever, but it's okay.
Well, let me. You mean how to file an appeal?
And why, but.
Oh, you can file an appeal.
And what is this?
45 days to Superior Court for any appeal from the final decision. Okay, the first order of business is the approval of the minutes for September 14th, 2022. Any changes, deletions? I think we're okay.
None. Move to accept as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
All.
I was not here.
Oh, that's right. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Right. Thank you. And no opposed and one abstention. Thanks, Mark.
Looks like people aren't having any luck getting on.
All right. Our next order of business is the public hearing for Jordan Bay Marina, Port Harbor Marine. Do we have people in the queue? Sandy, do you know?
Rob said he was trying to get in, but he was unsuccessful. He was getting meeting in progress.
Nothing showing for anybody waiting.
Rachel Sarno was supposed to be on. I just texted her before I came, and Barry McKay.
Yeah, they're getting a weird message or something.
Bill and Kathy too.
Bill and Kathy.
Okay, let's just. All right. Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
I'm being told that there are people trying to queue in to Zoom and are not able to do that. Do you know where the problem might be?
I got in through Zoom, but I did not find the current meeting. I actually had to go to the administrative interface to get the meeting and the key. So I'm not sure, Sandy, if you have that link. The link I found was, I didn't find the link to this meeting.
It was on the agendas when I sent out the agendas.
I don't.
Posted online somewhere under planning boards, with the meeting, and you click on the month and the agenda comes up with the link.
So planning board, I'm going to there right now. Let's see, planning board, October. Okay, so planning board, October, I'm waiting for it. Yeah, okay, and there it is. Let me just, I'm pretty sure that's the correct one. So are they trying to get it that way, or?
Alex was having trouble too, that's why
Kevin, what do you have for a meeting ID?
Let's see. Well, it ends in T09. Oh, that's the password, never mind. The ID ends in 8308.
Right.
Okay, and I have password 436517.
I have the password that's a lot longer than that, but it ends in QT09.
Okay, I don't have that one on my printed agenda.
Okay, I'm looking at the PDF that's out there.
She just said no one is letting me in.
Oh, well, do you see anybody waiting to be let in?
Yep, well, they're being told either meeting in progress or they're not letting people in. Is that, ma'am, is that what you're being told?
Mm-hmm.
Did she go to the link from the town's website?
I don't know what she did, but if you can tell me what to tell her to do.
Go to the town, and then go to the planning board.
To town. Then.
No, it's 2 of those and a half of the other.
And then the agenda.
Board. Then.
Yeah, I talked to Rob, and he says all he's getting is a meeting in progress.
Yeah. Then agenda.
And then the second page of that agenda, there'll be the phone number and the contact, and the ID to get in.
Well, you go to, where you click on agenda, right, and then you go to where it says October, click on October. When you click on October, that brings you up a PDF which has the link in it.
Click on October.
And when they click on that, all they get is meeting in progress.
But we are in progress.
Click on it.
I know.
Right.
No, we get it.
Once it's in progress, you can't get in. Go to the second page. And then what?
And then you should, if it's working properly, link with that. The second page will have the directions on how to get in. But it sounds like it's not working.
It says the host has another meeting in progress.
It's possible that's not the right meeting link, I don't know. I mean, I don't, Sandy, I'm not sure. Like I said, I went to
Barry says, me neither. I see a woman in a white skirt and red top.
Oh. White skirt and red top.
Oh, wait. Looks like a Zoom promo.
I don't know.
Different meeting. I'm getting that the
I
host
think there's a different link.
The host has another meeting.
Huh.
But the video, I see a woman in a white skirt and red top, but the video is frozen.
Well, there is no white skirt and red top.
Okay, so
I don't know what to tell you, maybe she's watching cartoons, I mean.
My love.
So the here's the meeting ID is 851-9183-8949.
851.
Run that through again, Kevin.
851-9183-8949.
That's what I have.
Okay,
That's
the
the
passcode to that
That's meeting ID.
is uppercase J, lowercase g, as in George, 6.
That's the passcode.
Oh,
Yeah.
passcode?
Okay, are they ready for the passcode?
Start over, Kevin. Yes, they're ready.
Okay. Okay, J, uppercase J, lowercase g, 6, H as in Henry, E as in Echo, 2.
The HE is lowercase.
Correct.
Rob, did you go to page 2 and try the link on page 2?
Okay.
Yep.
just gave that information to Alex too, to try to get him in. But
he have
nothing's coming up for anybody to come in.
Well, all I know is I started, the app, the Zoom app on my computer, and entered that meeting ID and the passcode, and I got in. Which is different from the invitation link that you usually put up there anyway. This is a direct.
How do we get to input that?
You have to start Zoom on your computer.
Yeah, you got to go to the Zoom app.
Go to Zoom app. I'm pretty sure, I mean, she's been working on the computer for years. If she can't do it, I don't anybody can. Oh, see, now Barry's confused.
That's the other link has the Zoom web interface, the invitation link, which is normally what we use that Sandy sends out.
So
I
not
did
the
not.
web interface.
Correct, not the web interface.
I'm waiting here, Barry.
Zoom used to save us time. Now it's kind of.
It'll only take them 10 minutes
Barry,
to
get in car.
Doesn't do any good if the applicant doesn't show up, though.
Yeah.
2 pages on it.
Oh, you'd have to ask Bill for that. He asked that.
Thank you. Bill, I know.
Oh.
I'm waiting here.
I mean, I don't even know what I'm telling you, because this is all gibberish to me. I don't know what interfaces are. I can make nice pies, though.
That's what I'll take that over this. That's more important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you.
I guess on the bright side, this is the first
I
time we've
can't
had
get in.
any kind of real problem with Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Barry says if he can't
Yeah.
get in, he'll complain tomorrow. I followed the link right on the town website. Is that what he's supposed to be doing, following the link?
Yes, that's what he's supposed to be doing.
He said,
Did he get the PDF?
I don't know, he just said if I can't get in, lawyer can't get in either. Jesus. I don't know.
I'm going to try opening that one that's on the website, which is different from, I think.
Hey, Kevin,
Yes.
the one I have for signing in is 838-5934-8308.
Okay, so I used the one that ends, okay, and then I brought a second session, and it worked fine.
MMS?
Okay.
I have no idea.
I don't know what MMS means. BM is Barry.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is all from Barry, so where'd Rachel go?
She's sitting there waiting.
That's why I came, because I knew I would get.
Yeah.
She sent me all the information on how to get on Zoom, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, she's not on.
Right. No, but she sent me the format or whatever, the link, the little picture.
Normally you just click on the link and you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
So I just.
Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. And you're in.
Yep. So that works. That information works. Go to zoom.com or download the app and then put in that information and you get in.
There you go.
Mark just got on. Here comes Alex.
And
Download the app.
download the app.
There must be an app.
Yeah, there's a Zoom app. That's what it is.
Yep. It took about a minute to do all that.
Go to Zoom, then download the app.
You could go to
Play
whatever, or
What?
if it's on a computer, you can go to zoom.com.
Just entering those.
Most likely Barry's on a computer.
Yep.
If he's in his house, he's
Yes.
not on a phone
No. Because he works on computers.
all day long.
Go to Zoom. Then what do I do?
So what's going on? What's
I got
the
the
situation?
live stream, Barry seems to.
There are a number of people I can't get on, including the applicant.
And the lawyer.
Yeah, do we know why, for some reason, there's a different meeting that was started other than the one that was on the Zoom link?
Well, probably not, because Mark just used everything that was on the paper and got right on his phone.
So he says, I can see, but he says, so I can see, but I'm not present, so can't talk. So I guess he can see this, but he can't get on.
You shouldn't be able to see unless they let him in.
Right.
No, this is Barry. This is not her.
Yeah, I know, but
Giving up on her.
he shouldn't be able to see anything if Sandy hasn't let him in. Admitted him to the meeting.
And there's nobody waiting to get in.
Yes, well, they're.
Well, they're not showing
Yeah.
up
Right,
waiting
right,
to
right,
get in,
right,
I
right.
should
Sorry.
say.
You're talking to
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I'm not seeing on the website, I am not seeing the, this meeting
It's on the agenda.
of where, but where is that on the website then? Because I go to government, planning board agendas, and I come up with June 8th is the last one on there.
If you just go to the planning board page, it's under 2022, you just click October, and that takes you to a PDF of the agenda.
Right, but you gotta go to the planning board page first, not to the, see, so if somebody's using the menu, the linking must be off, not correct, because it goes to a different, it goes to a planning board agendas page.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, I'm
Alex?
just going off of whatever the agenda said.
Year and a half, 2 years?
So he said.
Yeah, that's the issue, there's another page out there that's wrong.
Someone's on.
So if they're
Is it
going
you?
to the wrong place, if they're using the main menu, they're gonna end up in the wrong place. If they don't go directly to the planning board page first.
Then go to October.
Aaron, I can't see what it says.
I'm gonna start putting the link to the agenda right with the meeting on the calendar, like what Sue's been doing. I just noticed that the other day.
Right, but you need to remove that
That's
page.
Barry's living room.
Is it Barry's living?
I'm pretty sure that's his fireplace.
Yeah, it's not his dog though. He's
Can I
got
see
he's
that?
got
Oh
two
my
shepherds, that's a black dog.
That's Barry's living room, he might have company.
Is Edith
Okay,
with Barry?
Barry,
It's not coming up Barry, it's coming up Edith.
coming up, Peter?
Edith.
Oh, Edith Titleist.
Right.
if you go
For me,
to
the Titleist.
the planning board page and click on
Titleist to
October,
everyone, Yes.
you'll be fine, you'll come up with the right thing. If you click on agenda, you won't.
Yeah, so basically, what it looks like is the link on the agenda is incorrect, but the passcode and the meeting ID are correct.
If you click on October, under 2022,
Yeah.
on that page, that works.
The lawyer just
Yeah.
call on the.
But the link itself does not work.
Right.
Can I have the lawyer that Barry hired call my number so that I've got the lawyer here?
Doesn't do any good unless the applicant shows up. So the applicant can't get in either.
And who's the applicant? Is it Barry?
No, Port Harbor.
Oh, they can't get in either?
No.
Oh, God.
On that PDF, Alex, I clicked on that and that brings you to the right place.
It wasn't working for me.
Seems like if it's been advertised incorrectly, you can't really, because you're not,
proceed, yeah.
No.
there's gonna be other people that can't get in
Yeah.
potentially. They
I
can't
mean, that's kind of where I'm headed with this here. We've got two very controversial applications where I've been getting calls all week from people, and I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward with this with this issue. Because I know there's people who can't get in, and it's going to be a problem.
What is the other one?
Both the Starrett application and Port Harbor Marine, I've been getting calls on all week, or for weeks, really.
Okay.
His lawyer can't get in either.
So then somebody said go to zoom.com. You wanna play?
No.
If you give that, if you use the information I
Please don't honest
provided,
about it.
it will be okay, but everybody can't do that because they have to be listening some other way to do it.
Right.
Yeah, if they're watching on the YouTube stream right now, maybe they might be able to get that, but
Right.
who knows?
Type in codes.
Didn't I already get the codes?
I thought you did.
I mean,
Let him back up in his emails. You did give him the
Well, I
codes.
don't know if I gave it to him or.
This meeting's supposed to be open to the public, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we have no idea how many people out there trying to get in.
851918.
You really have to reschedule it.
Yeah.
851918.
Sandy, can you get the announcement into the papers again for the next meeting?
For the next meeting, absolutely.
Okay.
Excuse me, guys.
Who's talking?
I'm Edith at Tattles, and I got in because I had to go to zoom.com directly, and then I had to type in the passcodes separately.
Right.
But I could not use the link on the PDF. That did not work, but I went to zoom.com and then typed in the passcode and the meeting code, and then I was able to get in.
That's what this gentleman said over here.
Yeah. But there's too many that are not going to be able to, that we don't know about.
So you're gonna push it to your next
Yeah.
regular meeting?
Next regular meeting.
You're not gonna hold a separate one?
Well, because we can't get the announcement out.
Oh, yeah, we need a whole month, right?
Yeah.
Practically.
Well, hey, Sandy, when's the first you can get it into the paper?
Well, that's not the only problem, Bob. We have to have a date and make sure that everything else is ready. If we're gonna just put it to November, I can send it out next week to get it in.
Oh, you're right, but then we got to find, yep. Because we wouldn't have
The
to.
link doesn't work, is that what I should say?
Okay.
Go to zoom.com. Type in codes, link doesn't work.
Ma'am, we're gonna, no, just don't worry about it. We're just going to
Reschedule?
reschedule. Tell Rob not to worry about it.
Yeah, we're gonna reschedule. They're gonna reschedule.
All right.
Okay, so I am moving on from old business, the public hearing, site plan review for Jordan Bay Marina, Port Harbor Marine, and under new business, first item, the public hearing and the review of the commercial use of the RR zone for the Nicole Sterrett application to our next meeting. And
Do you need a motion or?
no, I don't need a motion.
Okay.
Do you want to do the sketch plan?
Yes,
So now
yeah.
Rachel's in.
And we are going to pick up with the agenda with the sketch plan review.
Don't need me anymore.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks.
Still beat me home.
Hopefully next month we'll get it.
Okay. Thank you very
Well,
much.
it was a nice evening drive.
Sorry.
It's okay, I think we're all in this.
First on the agenda.
Yeah. You moved up quick.
We're all in
You
this-
need a hand?
We're all in this boat together when it does the computer crap. Okay, now everybody's gonna be doing this thing all over.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, well, that cleans up the agenda quickly.
So is this the planning board meeting? Because the link that you gave doesn't work for the Zoom. Am I in the right place? Code enforcement?
Well, you are in the right place, but there are so many people that could not get in that we've just postponed it to the next meeting. But we couldn't even get the applicant in. We don't know what's going on.
So might as well do introductions while I'm here. I'm Sally Cheever. I might have emailed some of you people, but I haven't received a response for any of the emails. I'm the abutter to the Starrettes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah, has also been postponed, but
Yeah.
are you asking about
No,
who you emailed?
No, I know who I emailed.
Who did you email?
I emailed the town manager, Alex, and then the secretary a couple of times.
Just to ask questions?
No, it started probably a year and a half ago to complain about the starets, but yes, so we've been then sending. So my problem is this is kind of like systemic for me at this point because I don't get any responses back to my emails until I lodged an official complaint on the website. And then to have this happen with, okay, I wasn't given enough notice that we were having this meeting with the planning board and then not to get in to the meeting. So it's just kind of like suspect.
Rolling problems.
Yeah, so I want to introduce myself and I do have an issue with this.
Well, yeah, we're just not, unfortunately, we're not taking any comment.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm very aware.
But please, you know, stop by the town. If you're not getting your email, stop by the town. This will be postponed till next month?
Next month's meeting.
Next month.
Okay. So in the meantime, they're actually operating over there. And that's the problem that I have. They've had notice of violations since October of 2020. And nothing is being enforced. So this is another month that we're pushing it out.
But that's not a planning board function, unfortunately, what you're asking. That's the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to look at the ordinances that are directly related to the project, but we don't get into the enforcement part.
Yeah, so it shouldn't actually come before the planning board because they don't actually, the last notice about violation says they don't have the approval to operate out of that.
Okay, but I cannot discuss the project with you outside of their applicant meeting, and we don't postpone that.
Yeah.
So if you have problems, that's, you know.
We have problems.
Run across the street.
You don't have problems with the planning board, you have problems with the town.
The thing is, we shouldn't have to physically go there with having communicated with them, but I mean, if that's what it takes, that's what we'll do.
You might, probably the best thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you should know there's a history of people saying that there are no complaints about the starets when there actually are complaints about the starets.
But that's for next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. You're up, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Thompson, project manager with BH2M Engineers in Gorham. I'm here for Diane Potvin, and basically it's a sketch plan to get some direction. It's a little bit unique in the history of this piece, and so before we go too far into anything, I wanted to get comments and outline a little bit about what has happened out here. Diane Potvin took responsibility of this property, that's the way the divorce decree read, on December 1st, 2020, of a 28-acre parcel, and that is including the eastern, what's it called, Eastern Painted Turtle Road that comes down through her property, and the 28 acres drops down below it, as you see in the outline. That road was approved as part of a subdivision down here for a Dan Franzoni, I guess it was Dependable Builders, back in 2007, and then in 2009 it was amended to adjust some buffers down here. But at that time, Mr. Franzoni constructed this road primarily over an existing right-of-way, but he did make some changes with an agreement with the landowners, and built a private road 22 feet wide that now serves 4 lots down here on the end. And that road is constructed to a standard that would support what Diane is proposing here on her parcel. So there's no new road construction needed. She has made some transactions out here. The first lot on the left out at the Raymond Cape Road, that was sold to a William Cutler in September of 2021. And then named Trinwald, the 4th lot in, if you will, was sold in April of 2022. She has a lot in the center she wants to keep as a family lot. She has gifted this lot here to her daughter, and then this lot does not have any direction or planning, if you will, at this point in time. So we're really trying to determine what do we need to do as part of a subdivision approval. None of the lots have had septic test pits other than the 2 that were sold. So I'm assuming we'd have to prove that the lots has suitable soil. I don't see what the need would be for any additional stormwater design, because primarily that was in the function of the building the road. We have turnouts and buffers and vegetative soil filters in connection with that road. So all that'll happen on each lot at the given time when it's approved is a house, a well, septic, and driveway. So I'd like to get, again, some feedback from the board on just what we need and what lots are included, and so we can come back and, you know, properly identify for a subdivision through the preliminary and final. We did get a memo from the fire inspector, pretty straightforward, with the length of road exceeds 1,000 feet, which was amended in 2021, that ordinance. So we will have to provide an additional turnaround for the fire safety component. The proposed houses will include sprinkler systems, and will get involved with the road maintenance agreement. You know, Diane owns this strip. Everyone has an easement across it, but it was part of her 28-acre parcel. So I've got to see what's in place now with the 4 lots down at the end as far as a road maintenance agreement, and then include the lots up front. And we also got a memo from Jim at Sebago Technics, pretty straightforward with what you require for sketch plan. There's some soil info and so forth, which I didn't include because to me this was a little unique. We did the survey. We created this division that you see here based on Diane's direction on lot sizes. They all have adequate frontage and lot area to qualify for lots. So I guess you know, in Jim's memo, you know, wetlands were not included for the lots. You know, we'll have to take a look at that. Vernal pools. Again, soils information for suitable wastewater disposal, and then I'm sure we'll have to come up with a name for the subdivision so it'll all be identified for approval. And of course, the road is named, so we don't need to deal with anything on that. So, I guess what I'd ask is through Jim and through the chair, where do we need to go to make this complete? Thank you.
Bill, did I understand that the road then, after on the last lot that you have on here, there's 4 lots?
Correct.
That sit out there?
Yep.
Okay. And the road is to the standards for, when that would be a major subdivision?
The road
if it's all taken,
built 16 feet wide with 3-foot shoulders. So we've got 22 feet of travel surface, which I think is for the private road.
22. Is that
a private street which will serve 4 to 10 residents will have a minimum travelway of 16 feet with 2 3-foot shoulders.
So that's it.
So that would be 22 feet
Correct.
overall.
Yep.
They did a nice job. I was pretty pleased with when they built that road. They spared no expense.
So was the specialty finance for that subdivision?
That's the name it's under now. It was I think it was Dependable Builders Inc. in 2007 or 6. It was approved and then amended in 2009.
And the property that is being developed now was obviously not part of that property?
That's correct. Yep.
So this is a right-of-way through here to their
Correct.
property?
And they had an easement to build and access.
Good, Jim.
One question I have is, okay, so the Eastern Painted Turtle Road provided access to what is now Specialty Finance. I assume Diane Potvin retained rights to utilize that road?
Yes, she's still.
And to further, or did that include further divisions of property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Alex, you might want to chime in here. Does Diane physically live on
this
any of
piece?
these parcels?
No.
So, Alex, can she deed family members to exclude subdivision then?
so normally she would be able to convey a lot, under state subdivision law to a family member, and it would be exempt. However, there was an issue with a subdivision violation coming about prior to the division to her daughter.
Okay.
So that lot that she conveyed to her daughter actually is part of an illegal subdivision, illegally created subdivision. So it normally would be exempt, and it probably in this case could still be exempt, I suppose. But now she's creating a subdivision. So typically anytime, through the subdivision ordinance, anytime you further, divide lots within a subdivision, you're required to get subdivision approval. So at this point, it just makes sense to call it part of the subdivision, I think.
Okay.
If that made any sense.
It's clear as mud.
So how many lots are we considering?
So I think with that, you have 1, 2, 3, right?
Four. It's a 4-lot subdivision if you're going to include all of them.
Right, because the Cutler is gone, right?
Right.
So you have the first Diane Potvin, the proposed family member, the Trinwood,
Right.
and
then-
Potvin, so it's 4. So it's still a minor.
Yeah.
Still a minor subdivision.
So the lot to the south of the road is the 4th lot?
Yes.
That's already.
Okay.
The trail that runs through lot 3, for a better term, is that just a walking trail, snowmobile
Yes.
trail, or?
Yeah, just a walking trail.
It's not connected to the trail system?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so if I can go quickly through my memo here. You touched on everything. I just went through what was required for sketch. I understand what you're saying about the lots as far as stormwater goes, because typically if you're a development, you're only looking at the road for stormwater purposes. I guess where we are in the shoreline zone, it would be ideal if we had some kind of assessment though as to the clearing on each lot. Is there a limitation for phosphorus concerns? Is it 12,000 or 10,000 or 15,000? What is there going to be some kind of assessment for the lot clearing so we can have a better sense of magnitude?
So you're looking at some background.
But we definitely would have
for
to have at least
phosphorus.
minimum erosion control for the individual
Right,
lots.
okay.
You know, something of that nature.
And the
But
phosphorus,
yeah, I think it's just a question of, and that may be just a statement that they're gonna limit clearing to, a certain amount. Because we just don't
she's
want
not gonna build houses, she's just gonna sell lots.
She's just gonna sell.
Or give them to her family, and they're gonna build a house.
Yeah, it's
So
in the
then we
shoreline
definitely
zone,
would-
Alex, so what can we, is there a limitation on clearing, percentage of the lot?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Shoreland zone.
Is it 20?
Beyond 100 feet, you can only clear 40% of the lot area, or 10,000 square feet, whichever is greater.
Okay.
So we just need a note or something of that effect, Bill, discussing that. We will want to see an erosion control plan, obviously, for the individual lots.
It's no, I think it's 40.
But also remember, we have the 25% lot clearing.
It's 20%. I thought it was 20%.
It's 20%.
Alex, what was your number?
I thought it was.
25, I believe.
For a clearing limit?
Yep, 25.
Yeah.
So that 40% didn't play out.
It sounded kind of high when he said it. It did sound high to me,
Yeah, I'm
too.
like 40.
That's fine, yeah, I just wanna have the right numbers, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's so you can. It's a little confusing, of course. You can go over 25% with approval by the planning board.
Right.
So
Okay,
you might be able to go up to 40% or 10,000 square
But
feet
we'd
if you
wanna
want
see
to lump that in.
sure, okay. Because the lots are big, so they're
Yeah.
not just
Yeah, these lots are
minimum lot.
4 acres.
Yeah, they're 4, 5, and 6 acres.
Yeah, so I mean, again, the ideal thing would be try to keep the building envelopes reduced for phosphorus impacts.
Sure.
For assessment of the road, this is a private road, correct?
Correct.
And have you done any, I mean, Alex, I don't know, is there anything in the folder where it was inspected or anything previously? Do you know?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
And I believe it was, I want to say it was Stantec that
Yep.
did that. I have it somewhere.
Okay. So as long as that road was built to standards, and I don't think we have any real issue.
Nope.
I would want to know just how you're pulling off utilities.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is this, I didn't see any poles, so does this have overhead or is it underground?
I believe it's underground to serve the four
Okay.
lots of the.
So will you be
Electricity's in
Will you
place.
have to be the transformers are there for you to pull
Yes.
off of?
Yep.
Okay. Will you just show us those
Yep,
locations?
I want to make sure we have a suitable.
And then, obviously you'll have to be part of a homeowners association.
Yep.
I mentioned future connectivity because when I looked at this, I saw that there was this weird, I guess it's on the other parcel, not yours though.
Yeah, this will just connect to the previously approved 4 lots, and then that's the end. You're at a private development.
Okay.
That wanted no part of us.
So how long, so we're gonna need if this was stopping, wouldn't Wayne want a hammerhead in here someplace?
Correct, yeah. When we're at 1,000 feet or some convenient.
Right.
No greater than,
Yeah.
1,000 or less, we
Yeah.
find a convenient
You'll find a spot? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there may be, locations.
It'll be on one of Diane's lots with
exactly.
an easement. Yeah.
And there is a memo, which I did receive.
I have a spec from the fire chief. Yeah,
Okay. There is a separate memo from the fire department, which you should
Yeah, I got it.
receive, so
Yeah.
address those comments
The
as well.
fire
but-
inspector, yeah, very clear.
I mean, really, it's really the septic systems and the wells that we'll need to see on the individual lots.
Yep.
And then an erosion control plan.
Show well zones and
Yep.
that all work.
Alex, do you have any other?
No, I don't. I think this should solve the issues. The only thing that you guys may want to consider, and this was an attorney's suggestion, since this subdivision affects all of the lots that were originally a part of it, it may be worth showing every single one of those lots on a combined plan, but actually keep the subdivisions separate. Like, for example, the Clark subdivision would be separate from this subdivision. But there should probably be something, either a note or have all the lots shown to make it clear that each of these subdivisions, while they were all coming from one lot originally, are now all separate.
Would that overall, call it an overall subdivision plan, would that be recorded as well?
It's more of a
It
lotting
would
plan. right?
probably, yeah, it would need to be either part of this or a note on this subdivision plan or something. Because this parcel comes from one gigantic parcel that the Brandon Chase subdivision, the Steve Clark subdivision, and now this subdivision are all coming from. So they're all separate, but they all came from one parcel originally. So it was the attorney's suggestion that we somehow include some information about that so that it's not confusing and it's clear that they're all separate.
So it's kind of a chicken egg thing here, right? So the first one in is really the first one that has to kind of pull an overall subdivision plan together, then everybody else can feed off that as we go down the line. So you've got 2.
Yeah, I've got 2 of them, and then the, I don't know, what was the third project?
The Chase,
I
Brandon
don't know where
Chase,
that
that
is.
was just stopped.
And
at
that
this point.
one, yeah, that one hasn't been approved or anything. So really that just needs to show up as one lot at this point.
Okay.
And it can be, you have all the information, so I think it would be easy for you to show all of the lots. Or at least for this one, show Steve Clark's as a single lot, or
Right.
wherever you think it would make sense to
And that's
do it.
why I was
but-
saying it depends on the order of which we approve these. So if Steve Clark gets approved first, then they would have to show this one and the one to the north. If you go first, you gotta show the next 2 to the north. So it's, one of them has to show the overall.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. We could do an overall, and I'll call it a lotting plan from the original subject parcel or the mother parcel. And just not a lot of detail, but I'll label the lots and the sizes or whatever.
Right.
I don't want to get into a full blown.
Yeah, and then neither one of them are approved, so they're just 2 big lots at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and a note maybe or something saying, that they are separate. Like
Right.
that lot
Okay.
is not part of this.
Right.
this-
Any further development will require an individual subdivision plan
Yeah.
moving forward. for the
And
other.
we'll need a name for this subdivision for town
Yes.
records? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Eastern Painted Turtle subdivision is taken, but.
I'm not sure what the
I
one
don't
at the
either.
end was named. It may be that, because that name, it
I
goes
believe
away.
it is.
Yeah, it goes away after
It's a
time.
mouthful for a road.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. That's a long street sign.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we can do that.
Blanded turtle. Other than eventually if you have a turnaround, obviously you'll need to include that in the right of way. We'll just need to make sure that the depths and everything match up with that.
Yep.
So we'll just need a detail of that, where it's going.
Yep.
Board, do you have any other concerns at this point?
No?
I think we just get an opportunity to finally maybe, as Alex said, get all these
Yeah.
corralled, corrected.
Mike? I don't know where Kevin, I can't see you, but I assume you're still there?
I am here.
You okay? Yeah, there you are.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see which
Okay.
one comes back first.
Yeah, so, but Bill, before you do go, I just want to make sure that some information I gave is correct.
Okay.
Is it the Clark that we just did the site walk on?
Yes.
Correct.
So Clark went from 4 to 5.
Correct.
5 is eligible for open space?
5 would be eligible, I believe, yeah, because it's a major subdivision, so. it would
Right, so it'd be eligible for open space?
Yeah.
Okay, so I forgot, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of your representative that was there.
That was Austin Fagan. one of the
Okay, so
engineers. Yeah.
I relayed that to Austin.
Okay.
And while we have the board here, not official vote, but you are, if you choose to go that way, you're supposed to supply us with both a open space and a conventional layout.
Okay. We're
but I
meeting
can-
on that tomorrow, so I'll know.
Okay,
Which
so
way must
I
go.
can tell you that in the past, we have been more than willing to waive that requirement for the conventional if you're going open space,
Okay.
if you were to ask for it.
Mhm.
And if you are thinking that way, I'd be happy to poll the board to let you know which way that would go, but I can't do an official vote.
Okay, so right now, it's a conventional subdivision.
Correct.
With
5 lots.
Right, 5 lots. The open space subdivision, what does that entail?
That would allow you to reduce
Oh, okay.
since
Sure.
that,
Yep.
there's a
I
huge
follow you.
big.
It's like a cluster.
Yes,
Cluster.
Exactly.
exactly.
Different
You
name
you
for it.
get
Okay.
smaller lots,
All right.
maybe more
Yeah.
lots,
Yeah.
less road frontage,
Yeah.
things like that.
Okay.
And that property lends itself fairly nicely to that because you have that big back lot there,
Could be the open space.
would be the open space,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, we'll iron that out and be ready.
Okay,
I'm not sure which, I think he wants to just do the conventional. The last lot out there will be lot 5
right.
that he'll probably build on.
Yeah, yeah, he could still do that, but
Yeah,
that's,
correct.
right.
Correct, yeah,
Okay,
okay. Good. I'm good.
okay. All right.
Okay, thanks for your time. Thank you. Thanks for moving me up in the agenda.
Yeah, you didn't have anything to do with that, did you, Bill?
Now we know. Why did he get on quick, right? Smart.
All right, discussion regarding ordinance amendments for June. Do we have any discussion for ordinance amendments?
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update on that. So I'm working with the town clerk right now on setting up a special town meeting for January to adopt all of the amendments in the new codified land use and shoreline zoning provisions this winter, so we can do that in January. That way, we don't have to wait till June. It's all done and ready to go. I have the final draft. That would include amendments from June, so we would be up to date on both the land use and shoreline zoning provisions. Sounds like that's going to work out. So what I'm going to do for amendments for this year, I'm actually going to use that Word document for our amendments because that will, it's an entirely new format. There's a new table of contents and everything. So we're going to use that for this year just to get us ahead because that's going to likely go into effect in January. As far as amendments goes, I looked through my list today. I've got about 4 things and it's mostly just cleanup. a few items that DEP had pointed out to us this summer when we sent them our current ordinance for acceptance. And then just two other little items that the attorneys pointed out that he thinks we could clean up. So I don't have a lot. I don't know if you guys, I know there was a couple of little things that were thrown around, but I don't know if you guys have anything big that you want to tackle that we should start looking at now. Otherwise, it looks like it's going to be a much easier year for us than it has the last couple.
So Alex, but to get to the January 23 special town meeting, don't we need the run up to that, and this is October?
Yes, so we would be trying to do that likely next month.
Okay.
Yeah, you just get basically what they codified.
And then it goes to the select board for a public hearing to create a warrant. And then they would do a vote on that likely in January. But it could all get kicked back a month too. As soon as possible would be great. You know, if it doesn't make it by March, then I would probably say, okay, let's just wait till June. But we're sitting on it. Our ordinances out there on the internet are not up to date, and it bothers me daily. So I'm really pushing to try and get this, you know, live as quickly as possible. So that's kind of the big thing.
So we would need a public hearing on this in November?
Yes.
Which means we have to advertise it very soon?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds like he's all set, though.
Yeah, and we're...
So, most of
The only, so going forward with new ordinances,
yeah,
do you folks have anything that's, you know, building up inside that you gotta get out? The only one I have, and Alex, maybe you've chimed in on this, is, you know, where is the town, because I know other communities are starting to adopt the ADU.
That's what I was gonna ask too, where that stood.
Yeah, so our town attorney, Phil Saucier, is actually working at the state on this particular item. And the direction I've received from him was don't do anything until July. He was very vague, but the direction was there's a strong possibility this is going to change quite a bit before next July. And he didn't want to see the town waste any time or money on something until things were finalized. So that's the guidance I got. He said we would check back in on it. Probably before the next meeting, I'll get an update from him on that. He was going to let me know if he thought it would make sense for us to try and put anything in the ordinance for June. But it didn't sound like he was expecting us to have to change anything.
Okay. Well, so back to this November meeting here. Are we anticipating any issues?
For the public hearing?
Yep.
No, because it's all ordinance amendments that have already been approved by the town. It's just they've taken both the land use and the shoreline zoning provisions and they put it in one document, and they have slightly tweaked the formatting, like instead of an A1.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay.
It might be one B.
They codified them, they've reformatted them so that they're easier for referencing for them in the future. But I think, Alex, in the future, we have to go back through them, right, to amend the physical ordinance?
Yeah, so the way it would work now is after town meeting every year, we send them all of our updates, and they incorporate it into the ordinance for us. And there's an annual fee that we pay for the subscription in general, and the actual amendments are a very, very small fee, because it's usually just minor changes. Now, if we were deciding to, you know, for example, to amend the entire subdivision ordinance, that's a separate document. We're still responsible for updating that, as are like the street ordinance and all of our other ordinances. If we decide to bring them into this, you know, codified ordinance document, which is the long-term plan, then that would probably cost more down the road. But right now, these two, any amendments to these, we do send to this company that they review them and insert them into the document for us.
And I think you also told me, Alex, too, that they went back into all the records and looked at everything. Even there might have been some things that may not have been impressed that had been approved before. So they went back to all the selectmen records to find
Two
out.
Oh.
of the errors on my list for this year are things, pretty big ones that they found. I think, Jim, one of them I had sent you, it's a reference to a section that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
I think it's the open space standards.
Yeah.
So, they went through it all. We did add on a legal analysis of both documents, which is going to help us clean up some of the issues that exist out there.
So other than the ADU, the only other thing that I had on the top of my head, just because I remember getting it from Wayne, is Wayne has made, they've got their fire protection ordinance, but they've made some requests typically on their reviews that we really don't have exactly in our ordinance. So I don't know if we need to streamline what they need to be in our ordinance or whether we put that in the fire protection, but it's got to sync.
It's a good idea.
So that may be one we just want to take a look at.
Can we, or we can just simply reference what?
Well, I think we just got to make sure they're requesting things that we don't have necessarily in like our street standards.
Right.
So do we want to conform the fire standards to the street standards or vice versa, or at times, I don't know.
But they reference some
NFPA code, which
right.
is not what our code is referencing. So I don't know whether we want to sync to that because some of them are pretty dramatic.
I know. Where did our stuff come from?
Which ones? The street stuff?
Yeah.
It's just been historical street standards, I think, that have been just modified over time.
So they don't come from they just from a...
I think if you go across most of the towns, that's pretty much a standard practice for most of the roads, as far as depths and widths and things like that from public safety standpoints.
And there may have been a GP cog thing originally or something.
And where did the fire department stuff come from?
NFPA, the national code.
But there is no there's no national code that we are using for our
Right,
standards.
that's what I'm saying. That,
Right.
So we've got two different codes that could compete against each other. So do we want to sync? How do we want to sync these together? Is bottom line.
Right.
I think we just want to be careful and look at exactly what we're doing before just blanket statement saying, yeah, we'll just adopt NFPA because it may totally go against some of the other work we've done.
Yep. Yep.
So my goal for next month, other than doing the public hearing for the codified ordinance, would be to bring you guys a list for a workshop, maybe at the end of next meeting. And I don't know that I'll have specific amendment language. I might have a couple, and then just the entire list that I have that we can add to if you guys want to add anything. But that's my plan for now, at least.
Okay. We depending upon that list that you're coming up with for the workshop, we may want to just schedule a workshop because next meeting is going to get kind of long.
Based on what I have, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Okay.
For what I have, unless there's stuff that you guys want to add on. Everything that I've got is going to be a quick, easy change.
Okay.
Promises.
It better be or else. Or else.
Do we have any new applicants potentially for the next meeting? You're on mute.
No, I was asking my son to stop screaming.
He's watching this. He's the one attendee that got in. Do you have any other applications that you're expecting for the next meeting?
I don't know where the Clark application is at. If that's coming back next month, I'm assuming it is. But new, I don't know of any new.
Okay.
No, I think Bill just said Clark is meeting tomorrow, so I don't think they're bringing anything.
Doesn't sound like they had
Right. It would have had it been in today.
Yeah.
I will,
Right.
if it did, I'll find
So we
it on
just
my
have returning
desk in the
basically
morning.
items.
You
have 2 items in for the next meeting essentially.
Both public hearings.
Both public hearings.
Yep.
and then your ordinance.
Which both sound like gonna be fun.
Yeah. Yes, now they do.
All right. Do you have anything else, Alex?
I do not have anything else, no.
Staff communication updates. Do we have anything? You have anything?
I have nothing new.
Item 7 is next then.
Is this appropriate for me to ask about an item I'd like to see changed? that I-
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I would really love to see us as a board be required, or the town to be required to notify subdivision owners of any potential amendment within that subdivision. I know you mentioned you didn't want to get saddled with that, but I just went to a meeting yesterday and I know that people in that subdivision regarding the,
Oh, yeah, that, yeah.
Bagel one?
if they don't get noticed, they're gonna be really upset. So, we had a preliminary vote as to whether or not people would be comfortable with that subdivision, and there's quite a bit of energy there, both negative and positive, so. And I've been thinking about ways to sort of limit or curtail having to notify in each situation.
Yep.
But I can't figure out how to do that, because I think that in any subdivision, even if it's just one lot, and we say, well, it's just one lot, so it's only gonna impact, surrounding, that's not true according to what I'm seeing. I mean, people way down the street are going, oh, we don't want that, or we're okay with it. So I think we really ought to be required as a town to make sure people get notified. And in this ordinance, we don't have to.
Right.
Yeah, you could do something under any amendment for a subdivision. The
Yeah.
previous subdivided lots would be, the owners of those subdivided would be included in the notification. I mean, it could be that simple.
That's simple. Did I not want to do that?
You said you didn't want to get trapped with doing it to every single,
Oh, subdivision.
right.
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 Because some of it might just
And,
be a very
and
minor.
I'm also thinking it doesn't happen that often, so I don't think it'd be that big of a burden on the town to have to
Well-
notify people.
Well, that expense would go to the
The
individual.
applicant,
The
the
applicant.
expense goes to the applicant.
So it doesn't, it's no
Yeah,
cost
great.
to the town.
Okay, cool. So anyway, something to think about.
Yeah, because I do agree with you on certain cases, it's where it should be done. But I'm wondering, because it's the expense, we always like to keep the expense of the applications down. If someone's doing something that is really no big impact, do they have to have, because some of our subdivisions are rather large.
But
That's-
typically, anything that comes back for an amendment, it's
so how-
usually a change to an easement or property line.
Yeah,
Anything else doesn't come back. It's only when they change property lines.
that's true, or it doesn't,
Or contents, or like a drainage easement,
Yeah.
or something to that effect. If they alter that, they gotta come back, that's state statute. So, I mean, if they're changing lot lines, and it's just between two lot owners, I can't imagine the whole development's gonna get too upset by two lot owners agreeing to
Right.
split a line. But if they're trying to split a lot within a subdivision and add another lot, obviously that opens up Armageddon.
yeah. So, and in which case, I would think the subdivision.
Which is rightful,
Right, the subdivision
Yeah.
should get notified.
Right, because if it's a private road, they gotta come into the road association, and there's damages by construction,
Right.
and so on and so
There's
forth.
costs. So is there a way that we can break that out so that we are not notifying?
I just think that anything has to your point, I mean, if it has to come in for a subdivision amendment, then they're changing something on that lot, or on a lot, or multiple lots. So it's a property line or something like that. I don't know if we want to get that specific, because I think you just notify everybody, and if it's a lot line between neighbors, then it will pan itself out and it'll be meaningless, but at least everybody's notified.
Okay.
So I'm
And
just
at least
curious.
that's my opinion.
No, I feel.
Usually those are benign and no one cares.
Right.
But if you're splitting a lot that's in approved subdivision,
Yeah, that's a big
I don't
deal.
know how you define between the two.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so how much would that increase application fee?
Depends on the size of the subdivision.
Well, say it's, I mean, how does it, what's the cost incurred? Like,
There's an application fee, and then there would be a notification fee, and a butters notification fee. That's all through Sandy
but
and
I mean,
Alex.
would the town charge per notification?
How do you guys, yes, I
Yeah,
believe
it's
they
like
do that now.
$150 or
Yeah,
something.
Why so much?
it's gotta be certified, right? No?
No, I don't think it has to be certified.
How is that done,
Even if
Sandy?
it's certified, why is it 150 per?
Well, I mean, that would be for, a relatively large
Oh,
subdivision.
you mean total?
Yeah, that's right, total, yeah.
Screw it, I mean, when you look at all the other costs
Hold on,
you guys
Sandy's
gonna
speaking.
have,
Hold on,
that's
Sandy's going to
not
answer us
much.
for us. Go ahead, Sandy.
For the notifications that get mailed to what we always were the abutters,
Right.
Even if you're going to make it the whole subdivision, we charge them $8 per because that takes
that's
into account the time it takes us to do it, the printing costs.
But you weren't cheap, Sandy.
Yeah, that's a good deal,
You weren't
Sandy.
cheap.
I'm gonna have you do all of my mailing, that's good.
So it's not
that big a deal.
If it's a huge subdivision, it might be, but
Yeah.
the bigger the subdivision, the more issues you're going to have.
Right, it is what it is.
All right, let's do it.
Okay,
So
We'll put it on the list.
okay.
great, thanks.
Is that thing still going, percolating to subdivide?
I'm not sure. Because I recused myself, I don't really want to speak to what happened at the meeting because I don't want to make it look unfair to anyone.
Right.
I think he might come talk to people. He might talk to Jim.
Okay, so it is still percolating?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
The CPEC has had 2 meetings. They're gonna have a third one. The Comprehensive Planning Committee.
Oh.
Not CPEC. What it is. Just thought I'd let you know.
Are they doing anything that's impacting us?
Not yet.
Okay.
They're working on it.
Good,
They're
keep
working
it that
on
way, will you?
a survey that's gonna probably be at the polls in November.
Oh.
Some kind of a simple survey. We had a list of bullet items, so you'll see that.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone want to stay?
No, I think we're good.
Good, good. Then we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second?
There's any discussion?
None whatsoever.
Motion made. All those in favor? Kevin says yes. Okay, we're done.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee, and I'm calling the meeting to order. I'm Grace Levitt, I'm the chair. We do have the other committee members here in person and on Zoom. It's been a while since we've met, so perhaps introductions would be good again as well. On Zoom, we have our vice chair, Susan Accardi, and also on Zoom, for the select board, Rolf Olson. Here in person with me is Jessica Fay and Kathy Goslin, and also our town manager, Don Willard. Sue Look is here this evening as well, and also Nathan White is here as well, giving us an update, hopefully in a minute or two. And we don't have Karen Lockwood here just yet, but hopefully she's on her way, so we'll see if she joins us in a minute. So the first item on the agenda is approval of the previous meeting minutes, which actually are from June 2nd, was our last meeting. It feels like a year ago, but not that long ago. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of approval of the minutes of June 2nd? Sue, are you all set? Okay, great. Thank you. We have approved the minutes. Thank you. So on to new business, asking for Public Works Director Nathan White to give us a report on compost bins, sample compost bin, recycle tote to display. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing this on election day or what, because obviously we're already into October, but let's see where the discussion goes on this. Thank you.
On the compost bins, I had Sue help me a little bit today with them. You can find them online. They're $130 to $250 depending on what you want. We would have to purchase one to have at our site. Casella and the other two companies that I called weren't willing to just give us a sample, they don't have them. The totes, we still have the tote that we had at the last election for samples. Pricing on those are going up. She said weekly. I talked to Mrs. Bent today, and she said they're $59, $60 going up. She said the best thing to do is get a count of what we want and then call and get pricing on that. Outside of that, that's about all I got. The other thing that I would, in talking to Mrs. Bent, Wyndham, as you all know, is looking at the automated curbside pickup program. And Casella Waste is strongly pushing that way for us. We're locked into a contract until 26. I don't know where this is going to go. She seems to think that this is going to be the way of the future and how things are going to be coming up. So I don't know if that changes things or...
The understanding we had before was that, Auburn was going to get the truck, but that didn't happen.
Auburn's not doing it yet.
Auburn's not doing it yet. So you have to have a critical mass or a major, I guess town. So that might be Wyndham in this case, and then some of the smaller towns would participate with that same equipment, I guess.
There's a lot of restructuring that's going to have to go on. She told me this. There's going to be a lot of restructuring that's going to have to go on for this to work. One of the discussions we got into was private roads. She went on to tell me that Wyndham's working on a private road program in Wyndham. I told her that I would be surprised if that really passed here. When I mentioned that we don't maintain any of the private roads, that didn't really go well. She said that's going to be a problem. They talked about getting a smaller truck, and they'll run the smaller truck in and out of the roads. Then we'll get talking about the tonnage that we're doing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and that's going to be another problem. But we are a ways out from it. It's going to be expensive. Just for Raymond, you're probably looking at $400,000 for totes in that neighborhood.
For the automated totes.
For the automated totes.
Yeah, I know that the towns have bought them. I know Scarborough bought them, and
they're looking at two programs with Wyndham, whether the town buys them or Casella buys them. The advantage, and she was saying the advantage of Casella purchasing them, if something gets damaged, Casella will bring out another one. If the town owns them, we would have to have an inventory of repair parts and totes and
right.
whatnot.
But the town's going to buy them either way, though, because they're going to be built in the contract.
They're going to recover the cost whether we own them or they own them. They're going to recover them in the contract. And the way pricing's going and the way labor rates are going and operating expenses are going, she said they're going to shy away from the 5-year contract and try to go back to a 3-year contract. I was thinking more like 10 or 15-year contract would be a lot better for us. It pulls the cost out further and it gives you a better structure of what it's going to cost.
So can I just clarify, the totes you're talking about are, there's one for recycling and there's one for the trash. So there's 2 totes per household?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, you can get smaller totes for senior citizens, and then the large totes, I think they're just large and small, as far as I know. And then the automated pick, but the problem's going to be, I think, the narrow roads, the difficult roads, the volume of people that we have households on those roads, and you're not going to do it with one little truck.
No.
And so that's a problem, and I don't know what Wyndham's doing, but I'm sure they're doing something to improve the situation on those roads.
Mrs. Bent, I'm getting 2 conflicting stories, one from the Public Works Department in Wyndham, that yay, it's going great. She said they're running into all kinds of problems. Confident that they're going to work through them, but it's a ways out.
So since the contract for us is till 26, there would be no change until 26, even
Correct.
if they start using the automated pickups in other towns?
I doubt it. I don't think they would come to us and change. They could. I mean, there's nothing in the contract that says they can't.
Okay.
They could come forward and say, we're going to go to this program. They've changed the recycling on us several times through the contract. I don't think they will, because they got Auburn's out to 27, I think it is, on their contract. They just signed a new contract.
But by the same token, if we wanted to do it, there's nothing that would prevent us from reopening the contract if we wanted to do it. I'm not sure we would, but so I'm agreeing with him. I don't think we'd be compelled to do it.
Go ahead.
So the question is, in anticipation of making these changes in the system and the way that we have trash pickup and recycling pickup, do we, given the potential change down the road, do we want to have people buy totes and then tell them that they have to change them?
I
That's
wouldn't.
the question,
I
right?
wouldn't. I realize that even if they're at $60 a piece, it's not a ton of money, but in dealing with trash and recycling for 30 years here, it's near and dear to people's heart, and they will be really butthurt if you've got a couple hundred people that have bought totes, and then we come out with these nice shiny, owned by Casella or the town of Raymond, and so we can't use them anymore. Here are your 2 new ones. My recommendation would be to hold off.
Wasn't that Talia's recommendation as well?
Yes, that was her recommendation too. Drag your feet is what she said.
She's Casella's person he was talking to. Yeah.
She's our recycling representative.
But we could still do that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Rolf's been trying to get in, but we could still do the other totes. I mean, given what the situation is right now, it might be for another 3 years that people are using them. But Rolf, sorry.
I mean, if, the option would be ultimately to do that. We buy them, or Casella buys them, they own them. But if Casella buys them, can we buy, because they obviously have a bigger bulk buy than we would have. Would we be able to buy them from them at cost?
I don't know. I would assume so. I would assume they would.
I mean, their bulk buy is going to be in the multi-thousands, where ours would be in the
hundreds of thousands, yeah.
Much lower. So when you look at price breaks, by combining 2 or 3 towns, they're going to get a better price break than we can get by ourselves.
Assuming they pass them through at cost and don't put a multiplier on them of some kind.
Yeah. I mean, and then the other thing is there a potential out there of any grants to assist on that?
I don't know of any. I did a little digging on grant stuff for recycling and didn't come up with a lot.
But I'm talking more from the standpoint of from the state and things like that, because if the push is towards recycling and whatnot, are they going to put any skin in the game or not?
So
Okay,
I
go
would
ahead.
say that there are some state grants available for recycling, but mostly they're for technical assistance. I don't think that they're necessarily to buy the infrastructure for it.
That's what I was looking at, was for
yeah.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
Even was looking for a truck. Not that I really want to get into that at all.
But it still goes back to the question, the people that had indicated an interest in buying the new recycle bins for the $60 or so, we had a list, right? Sue's got a list, and we just haven't gotten them for them yet. That was that was the next step, where we were waiting to see they needed to put a deposit, get them ordered. So the question is, do we not now do that? Because in a few years, we might be doing something else, or meanwhile, we're recycling, I hope.
I can speak personally, $60 wouldn't stop me from buying one.
Right.
But in dealing with these people, for as long as I have, you'd want to have some sort of avenue to pay them back, maybe derate them, or maybe nothing, or maybe advise them that this is a possibility coming down the road. And I don't know that these totes, if we buy the right totes, I believe they all load onto the truck the same way, so it wouldn't matter if we bought Billy Bob's totes or Sally's totes. I think they're all compatible. The only thing she did recommend was to stick with the 65-gallon one. That's the one we brought in for show and tell. And I would strongly recommend that if the people that want them, we get a deposit, so we're not stuck with them.
We talked about that before.
So,
Kathy, go ahead.
So Sue, how many names do you have on the list? Because I remember from the last election, there was very few for the composting, but more were interested in the recycling. And I guess my suggestion would be, where we're kind of in limbo with the other company, whether it's 3 years or 4 years, maybe we just find whether it's Amazon or some other company, and say we have 60 people, point them in that direction. Here is the Zoom link, a web link. it will cost you $60, order it there, have it delivered straight to their house, and get the town out of doing it. Unless we have a few hundred people, but I don't think we're at that many.
The ones you're gonna buy on Amazon and online, they're nowhere near as rugged as these things. You can get the better ones at Home Depot and Lowe's. That's where
Okay,
we've
so
gotten a
whether
couple of them.
it's Home Depot, but I mean, they still do
They're
online.
$80, $90 though.
Do you really think ours were only gonna be $60?
Yeah, they're gonna be, today they would have been 61, I think they were today.
And plus, you're saying the ones you're talking about, Nathan, then can still be used for the
Could still
automated
be used
system.
on the automated system if they
So,
went to it.
why wouldn't we go ahead and get them?
Right, and the only thing would be if you wanted some kind of standardization, like the towns that I'm familiar with have done this and bought them, you know, they have the town logo, they all match, this sort of thing, but they're nothing special in terms of what they are. They're just, you know, high-quality commercial totes. If you pointed people in the direction of that, and we somehow went to automation, and they had the right, you know, type of tote, and you didn't care about the idea of it being marked with the town, you know, logo and so forth, then it would be fine.
Well, given the situation now, where we see all sorts of ways that people put their recycling out and don't, I don't know that that would be a concern that I would have, that, you know, they would be different down the road, so.
I don't think it's a big issue either at this point, but that's, they do tend to want standardization though.
Yeah, one of the things that we've struggled with is identifying the totes. People don't seem to be marking them, and with the lid down, we have a problem with them getting picked up. And when you purchase these from the companies that they recommend, they're going to say recycling or MSW or trash. I think mine says household trash on the top of it.
So what Sue, you want to weigh in on this too? Because you were collecting the names, I believe, or
There's
helping with it.
there's about 60 on the list.
Right.
They're all in the computer, all these names, so there is probably more because people might have gone right online and signed up. But
And
there's about 60 that I got that from the these sheets that I have. But they're all online in the setup that we have. So that's what we need to use that. Most of them want the recycling tote. Many want the compost totes. You know, maybe two-thirds want the compost bins as well as the recycling. And most of them want the recycling, but there are a lot of the compost. So we do, but you know, if these totes work for the automated pickup, then that's great. You know, I mean, so the ones if we get them, we don't have to worry. You know, if we go to automated, hopefully they're still around in 4 or 5 years. But that seems to, you know, solve the problem of whether we should do this now or not. I mean, it would be good to get people used to using these, because when you go into towns, like through Falmouth, and you look at everybody's trash, 2 bins lined up, they're all similar, nothing else around. It's nice. It's nice, but we have a long ways to go to get there. I mean, I know that now I look at the side of the road on trash day and see we have a long ways to go. So it'd be good to get these bins now and start training people if for the automated that comes down the road, and we would be in better shape. So I think we should go and get these and see if people still, put a deposit down. I'm going to get one myself. But it's going to take a long time training people with this business.
Did you have something?
Yeah, I actually have 3 points. I hope I remember all 3 of them that I'd like to make. And I think picking up on something that Sue said, which is, I don't know what kind of problem we have with sort of residuals on the side of the road on trash day, and what those issues might be. But it might solve some of the problems if we start to have standardized totes that people will realize that, if I can't fit it in this thing, they're not going to just pile up a giant stack of whatever next to there, and that ends up out in the environment. I think that was just one thing I thought I wanted to point out. The second thing was that the part of the reason why we're talking about the compost was to try to reduce the weight of the trash that we're throwing away. And so I just wanted to remind us that that was part of our hopefully reducing the cost, so that we could balance that with the cost of recycling.
I hear it on a regular basis from Dave McNally. The amount of weight would be reduced by a lot, getting the food waste out. And that's going to save a ton of money, because that's where a lot of our cost is the per ton to get rid of the MSW.
So, you know, it's so to explain to people the benefit, well, recycling costs us more. I mean, that's a fact. But if you want to minimize that, then it's good to recycle, and people want to recycle. So to minimize that cost, composting is the way to offset it, for sure. I mean, it's an argument that can be made.
So the issue with the compost bins, you started off with the price range and not having the sample lent to us for people to see. But people already indicated they want a compost bin without having seen what it looked like.
For, what was the cheapest one, Sue, 130?
You said 130.
That look like decent ones, yes.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do this and you wanna show people, why not just buy a
That's what I was
couple
gonna
and
say,
get
we'll
them
just
here?
buy one, we'll order one online, we'll order it, and
Yeah, one of
we'll
each or
get an
whatever.
idea of what it is and if it's any good.
So some people have already indicated they want one without seeing it. Perhaps what would work is communicating with the people.
That want them.
Yeah, we need a deposit for the recycle tote.
Yeah.
Decide on an amount and get it to us by whenever, then make the order and then come pick it up, pay the rest. But here is what you can also get for a compost bin. Just send them a picture in the same message. If it's going to be an email, I'm hoping that we send out to
We
people.
have mostly emails for folks,
Okay.
and I should have run the numbers before now, but a month ago, there were 97 requests for recycle bins and 67 for totes, for compost.
Great.
97,
That's
you
right.
said, Sue?
That's great.
Yes.
Okay.
So the compost bins that we had before years ago, granted, they were $35. Is that what? Is that what we're looking at again? And is that what you mean is $120?
Those are through a grant, those are all set with grant money that we did that last round. Louise Lester pulled that all together. But they did the same thing back then, you had to put a deposit down for it. And then we ordered them.
That's why they were only $35, because
Correct.
we had some money to help pay,
It's
offset
state
it?
money, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
So could the communication be, here's 97 people, we need this amount for a deposit for the recycle bin. Here's a picture of the compost bin. We need a deposit of this amount if you want to, just so they see it before they're actually giving a deposit. So is that the way to go?
I think it needs to be a little bit more information, you know, the actual pictures, the actual price, when the order's going to get in, and how are you going to receive it? Do you have to pick it up? When is your deposit due? How do you make your final payment? Because if they're going to the sand, I'm just saying the sand and salt shed to pick it up, and nobody's there to collect my money or to see that
Oh,
I paid for one.
you'd have to do the deposit before you ordered, balance due on pickup, and have dates to pick them up. That's what we did last time, is we had dates. I don't remember the date program.
So
but
we got to get kind of all of that done to figure out what to tell them. Because I'm not going to order, I'm planning on ordering one. I already have composters. But until you tell me the price and the
Right.
logistics, people aren't going to, all we asked for was interest prior. Some people may say $60 is great, or $60 is too much.
Well, I also wonder how many of those people are maybe summer residents, and we may have another round. Just, it's very possible.
Yeah.
Would we have a place to store extras? Because didn't you
Yeah.
get a discount depending upon the order?
When I talked to her last time, which was 3-4 months ago, 5 months ago now, there was a price break for 100, and I think the next price break was 500, and then it got into, and there weren't huge price breaks. They were 2%, 3%.
But
So
we want to at least hit the 100.
yeah, well, 2% on $60 at 100 totes. That's a little bit more than coffee money.
Well, the town gets because of the Amazon business account.